Hey, I just want to say welcome to the program and thank you for ordering this. It's going to change your life if you follow the process. So we're talking about mastering the process, and that's really going through this course step by step in the modules. So we'll go into more detail how that's laid out. But before you get going, make sure that you have a subscription to GohighLevel. And what I mean by that is you can go in, get the 14-day free trial because you really need the course or this program to do the course. And so we have a link right below this video and you can get the 14-day free trial. We also have a special from time to time. And right now, as this course is going on, it's $197 a month. That may change. But we will give you everything, including workflows in this. Obviously not custom build outs, but we'll give you this. So this is our white label program called Sproutify. It is the GohighLevel platform. So there's no difference. We actually add additional things to it. And we have an incredible tutorial in here that you can go in. And you've got all kinds of videos literally for any program that or any question that you had. You can go in and there's a video to everything that you have questions to. So let's start with that. Get your subscription, pause this video, and then we'll move to the next step. So welcome to the GohighLevel overview. We're going to go through what GohighLevel is, how to use it, the agency level, the account level, and just give you the 10,000 foot overview before we dive in. So I do have a YouTube channel, obviously. You probably already found me there, and which is probably why you're on this academy. But if you have any questions, you can go there. I've got tons of videos. Make sure you hit that bell notification up in the top right corner so that you get notified of any new videos that are popping up. And then I'm also sure that you've gone through what GohighLevel is. It's not just for agency and marketers, as it says on the website. Over 500,000 businesses are using it. Many of those were set up by agencies, just to give you an idea. And but there's a lot of conversations going on. So this is the page where you get your 14-day free trial. And obviously this is for lead nurture. It does everything a CRM does. It does everything that MailChimp, Constant Contact, any of those softwares out there. It's got AI. It's got everything. And that's why I'm so passionate about it. And so it gives you a chance to grow your business, grow your agency, whatever you are looking to do. And we'll go into the niches of who this is for. But if you have any of these softwares, you can probably start canceling those pretty quickly. Obviously, GohighLevel is going to have WordPress hosting if it doesn't already as you're watching this. It does have a membership course. Like Kajabi, we don't use it right now. It is usable and it is very good, but we're using a different software, and it's just because we're used to using that. Eventually we'll switch over when this gets more robust. But any review like Podium, anything like that, texting, email marketing, Calendly, any booking, automation, stuff like that, CRM, pipeline management, you can get rid of. It even has this chat widget down here. So just understand that you can save a ton of money. We're saving over $1,600 a month by using GohighLevel. So now let's dive into the back end. We use a white label, so you're going to see this a lot. We use our company is called Sproutify, and it's sproutify.io. And if you want a cheaper version of HighLevel, you can go here and purchase it directly through us. Basically, we give you the $297 plan that HighLevel has for $197 a month for the first 12 months. So it's a great deal. It's got incredible ROI. So we're going to talk about white label and how you can do that. Basically, we're selling under what they call the SaaS. So if you're going to buy through HighLevel, they have a SaaS configuration plan where you can build out your own plans, up to 3 or 4 plans here, and then you can sell those to clients or to your customers, however you want to do that. But you have to have the SaaS plan. So if you go into the link below that we'll have in the next few modules, just in case you didn't get it before, make sure you get the SaaS plan. And that is a different plan where you can basically control all your Twilio rebilling, email rebilling, anything that you want to do. And we have this turned up, but I don't want it turned up that much. But you can control this on account levels too. So one thing to remember is in this, we have an agency overview and we have an account overview. But we're looking at the agency overview right now. So as we go down here, we just showed you the SaaS. If you click on accounts, you'll have all your accounts in here. And then reselling, this is brand new. This is for Yext. It's really good for local listings and does great for that kind of stuff like Google Local Listing, Yahoo. There's a lot of different stuff. You can see WordPress is coming up. On Yext, normally you're going to pay $100 a month. So $49 is a great price to your customer and you make a $19 profit. You can change this to whatever you want and price that however you want. HighLevel does have a marketplace also, and you can see we're in the white label program, but you can hire services here. You can get SEO, and basically you can buy this service for your client and you don't have to do the work, and then you just charge them. You're going to pay $349 to for HighLevel's SEO program here. And you could easily double this price and your customers would be really happy. Not knowing that you're doubling the price, but the service is really, really good. We haven't used all of these. We've used a couple of them and they're pretty decent. You can become a partner with HighLevel. So this is just something to know. They do have a university. And you can sign in to your account and log into the university. There's a SaaS education now. So this is all about SaaS mode, which is software as a service, and gives you some video tutorials. There's a SaaS fast track, which is basically how to get going in SaaS and selling this to your customers. And trust me, you can make a decent amount of money selling softwares. I mean, it's obviously clear. So here's the idea map, and this is good because if you want to add a new idea to HighLevel, this is how things get built out and how people start to vote for things. You can see this Elementor is popular in WordPress. And obviously this is something that people are voting for, but you can see the popular ones just by clicking here. And then you can see what's going on. Call scripts for call centers and SOPs and different things like that. This is really good. So if you have an idea, you can submit it. And if you get enough votes, HighLevel will implement it. I'll skip the settings and go to the help library, because this is where you can find everything. Now, this will be different. if you buy our Sproutify software, we have a help desk here with a tutorial, so you can type in anything from SEO, add an SEO, and when you click on this, there's going to be a tutorial for everything that you need to do. This has been very helpful to a lot of our clients, and that's why we have implemented this into our Whitelabel. If you do get the high level version of this, you're going to have this, need help, and they'll have different things, but they're not going to have the videos that this does in Sproutify. So that's just one thing to understand. So if we go to an account here, we could either switch from this drop down up here and search for the account, or we can click on accounts here and click on an account. An account level is what your customer sees. And so you can view the details over here, see who that account is owned by. Maybe in our case, we have some that this is just a sample account, but we can look at it and we can see the SaaS settings that are in here. This is just a test account, so we don't have it ramped up, but we could easily boost the Twilio and email rebilling to make more of a profit off that client if we wanted to. So that's the different things, and we can even add tasks for our team in there to manage that account. But if we just want to go to an account, we can either click on it or just switch to account, and it goes into the account dashboard. Now this is going to look different than what we were in. We were in the agency dashboard, and with the agency dashboard, that's the overall agency company managing all the accounts. So if we wanted to go back to the agency dashboard, we just click on this and we switch back to agency. Let's just go back to this account. And what we're going to dive into is everything you need to know about HighLevel. And so we're going to talk about conversations, opportunities, which are part of pipelines. We're going to talk about chat widgets, funnels, websites, scheduling, and everything, how to set up your calendar. But before we do that, let's go in and lay the foundation and get the tools that you're going to need, like Twilio and setting up your agency settings and stuff like that. So let's head on to the next lesson, or module, I should say, and continue this. Hey, it's Jim Parr here again, and I want to talk to you about laying the foundation for your company. So it involves a lot of different things, but most important, as you're building your company, you're thinking about a company name. So don't make this complex. My company name's Parr Media Group. I've got another company called Up to Par Marketing. Keep it simple. Either name it after yourself, or I know companies called Bluefish, Slice of Lime. Keep it unique, keep it simple, and remember that you're going to make a logo to go with this. I know people that have sat there for weeks trying to come up with a name. Don't overthink it. Think it simple. Think it one or two terms, like Bluefish or Greenfish or Big Mountain, or if you're in Detroit, Great Lakes Marketing, or something like that. If you're in a region that's unique, like Nashville, Music City Marketing. But don't overcomplicate it, because you could sit on just coming up with a company name for weeks on end. And we're going to give you some techniques, how to name search it, how to see if the domain is available against the trademark, against the usernames, and we're going to show you right now about design of the logo. think about some ideas for the design of the logo. But first of all, think about what this course is all about. It's about outsourcing. So Fiverr is one of the most unique places to go in Fiverr for being $5 for anything. Although there is things on there for 10 or 15, 20, $50. It just depends on what you're going after there. Just like a dollar store, there's stuff for $1, $2, $3, $4, $5. So when you go to Fiverr, how specific, how unique, how much detail do you want into your logo? But there's some great spots that we're just about ready to show you. So let's jump on the computer here and go through and show you how to set up your company, how to set up your find your registration, FEIN for the IRS, and everything. So let's jump in. Okay, now we're in the computer on my Mac here, just to look at some different things that are going on. This will give you some ideas. Just type in Google marketing company logos. Here you go, Jello, global marketing. It's got a slice of a lime. Uprise marketing. This will give you some ideas, kind of what to go after. Here's autumn marketing. Either the gal's name is Autumn, or they just have a beautiful fall area or something that's unique to that area. Maybe it's a unique niche that you're going after, like automotive or something. So you want to do one like something unique to that name. Think about Auto Trader or some of those companies. So blacksmith marketing here, bang ads in media. You can use the word media versus marketing, or media group, solution, strategy. There is so many different things. Click to marketing, that's a great one. Especially when it comes to the digital age and stuff. But think of some unique things. Go in Google. Remember, keep it simple. Don't complex it. But you need to get past this stage. You need to get in week one, or as we said, week one might take you 3 weeks. You need to get a logo made up. You need to have a design for the logo. You need to have a company name so that you can make a logo. But there's a lot of different things. So we go into, let's go into Fiverr here. There's a lot of different companies out there. You can set a price range of $5 to $50 down here in the price range, and actually search according to that actual price range. So you've got companies, this company's has 48,000 reviews. They've done a ton of logos. We will design 2 awesome logos in 12 hours with free source files, is what they're giving to you. Is they're giving you the files that you can use on your website, business cards, headers, whatever. But there's plenty of companies out there for $5 to make you a logo. So if we click on one of these, here's 7,000 reviews. Right up here, 7,056 reviews. Here's some of the artwork that they've done, some of the different logos that they've done. And it gives you an idea. Of course, you want something that will perform on a white background or a different color background. So you want to ask for a PNG, or what they have here is a vector file. But they give you high resolution, logo transparency. So you want it to be able to show up, just the logo with not a white background. But this is $35 standard. They give you all this for $35. It sounds like they've got a great turnaround time. You can click on the reviews and see what kind of reviews they have. You're going to use Fiverr a lot for a lot of different things. Content writing. Let's go up to digital marketing. I don't want to get too involved because we're talking about building the foundation, so I don't want to get into all this. But here's your SEO, content marketing. So set up a free account with Fiverr, and get them start to making your design, your logo design right here, logo design. Start getting that going. Just remember this, in this program, we want you to work as less as possible. You're a project manager, so you direct the people. These are your people to help you do things, and you'll develop a relationship with one of these big sellers, and they will be your go-to person for your clients when they need logos and stuff. So in your services, you can list that you do logo design, because you are the project manager for it. You do SEO, you're the project manager for it. You do not have to know graphic design to do logo design. So these guys will do a logo for your clients, and it's a great source to have. You can charge $500 to $1,500 per logo, depending on what they want, how many renditions they want of that logo. But get your logo started today. The other thing that you want to do is get your own Facebook page. So when you go into pages, you're in Facebook here, you have to have your own personal Facebook page to create your Facebook page. Everything starts from your personal Facebook page, but it does not link your page to them. But is what you want to do is create a Facebook page. So for this particular deal, you're going to be a local business. So you're going to click on that. You're going to put in your company name, the category that you're doing. So it'd be marketing, advertising and marketing agency, whatever you want to do. You put in your street address, your phone number. So let's just do this as a test marketing, and I'm just going to walk you through it. You don't have to put in your phone number and anything like that to get started, but you do need an address. So we'll put in an address of the office, and we'll get going with this, and we'll type in Nashville, Tennessee, and put in a phone number. And I just want to walk you through this because you're going to be setting up pages for your customers. So we just literally created a Facebook page that quick. So eventually, again, we can go back to Fiverr, have them create a cover page for your Facebook page, but you're just going to add a picture of your logo here. You can list your services here, so add services like marketing. But you're going to be able to set up a Facebook page for a client of yours, and you can see overall it's going to take you about 15 minutes to charge $500. And this is something that they'll use over and over. But you can add a button, so you can either link it to their website, to a booking page, to a shopping site, whatever you want. And if you did retail, like a retail business, you could have a button that says shop now. But this is all you do. And if we went back to home and then select our pages and go to your pages, you see this one up here, test marketing. So that is how you do that. Another thing that you want to get started, you want free advertising. You want to get out there and get listed right away. So you want to set up a Google business listing. So as you can see, just type in Google local listing, and you're going to go to google.com/business, and just click on this right here. Now with Google business listing, you're going to have to type in your information, and I'm not going to do it because it'll throw off everything else that I've got in here. But you're going to set up a new account. First of all, you need a Gmail account, and it's going to ask you to search by location, because what you can do is search first to see if that company exists. Obviously it wouldn't, and then you create it. So you create a business account, and it's not going to let me do this right now because I've already have one in there, but we could just call it test for now. So there it is. It's unverified. With Google is what happens to verify a company. It's not instantaneous. You will get a card in the mail. Sometimes they can do a phone verification, but a card will come in the mail within 10 days and give you a PIN number. And once you go in there, you can verify it once you receive that card. But that's basically all you have to do is to set up a Google listing. YouTube is loaded with how to set up a Google listing if you get stumped. But this is another service that you can offer, and you can outsource this if you want. But I wouldn't recommend outsourcing things that take you 10 minutes to do, because 10 minutes can mean the difference of $300 to $500 instead of outsourcing and paying somebody else to do it. Another thing is to set up your phone number. So here's a really cool thing is Google has a phone number called Google Voice. And so you can go in here and actually set up a phone number with Google, and it'll have your voicemails here. You can make calls from here if you want. I could click on this and call somebody if I had my computer set up properly, and call them right through the computer. And you can receive calls there. So you can receive calls and have it forward to your cell phone number. And then when Google calls, it says to accept a call, press 1, to send a voicemail, press 2. So you can do some really cool things with that with Google Voice, but it's all tracked. All your voicemails will be listed in here. This is just something we have set up for a test site that we're doing with the landscape company. But you can see that there's multiple calls in here, and it works out really, really well. Otherwise, just use your cell phone number. A lot of people do that. A lot of companies do that. Roofing companies, plumbers, whatever. So make sure that you set up a phone number that you're going to use for your business. The next step is to check for your domain. This is a really cool site called namecheck.com. And in this, you could actually search a company name or a domain name, and you want to do it without spaces because all domain names have no spaces. So what if we're setting up our company called Greenfish Marketing? We can hit enter, type that in, hit enter, and here's, let's see, let me refresh this real quick. So let's try it again, Greenfish Marketing. And here's what happens. So the .com is already taken, but anything green means it's available. So .net, .org, .biz. And I'm going to show you this is a cool site for your clients also, because say you're working with the Joe's Plumbing, and because look at these usernames that are available. So the username, the .com, greenfishmarketing.com is taken because it's dark here. But anything in green is available. See, click an available green domain to purchase. So you can actually purchase through here. I don't recommend purchasing through here. Use GoDaddy or something like that. But look at the usernames that are available. So this guy has the .com name, but has not swiped up any of these usernames. And we're talking usernames for everything from Pinterest, Yelp, Twitter, Google+, Instagram, whatever. They did get the Twitter name, so I take that back, and it's in yellow, which means it may still be available. It may mean that he set it up and isn't using it. It's going to go away. So here's some more usernames, but obviously the big ones are right here: Google+, Twitter, YouTube. But like I said again, search your companies, see if they're utilizing the usernames in this. But most of all, get yours set up. So here's trademarks. If there was anything that was trademarked with that name, that would typically show up, but you can check that against the trademark search and just double check that, because you do not want to get a domain name that's trademarked and then you have a name for your business and find out you got to shut it down because it's trademarked. One thing that you can do is just type in trademark search, and here it is. Search the trademark database. So just take, for instance, here it is right here, search trademarks. So we're just going to check the word mark. And being it was Greenfish Marketing, we just want to type this in here and just search it, and it says no TESS records. So there's no trademark search records on that. Maybe if we typed in Greenfish, see, here's how a trademark would come up. So there is Big Fish Green. Here is a Greenfish trademark that's live. So if we looked at that, it's just for headgear, t-shirts, visors. So it's not listed as a marketing. You could still trademark this as a marketing company, and just simply put the word marketing after it. So that's your trademark search. The next thing you want to do is file your company, whether it's Michigan, Tennessee, California, whatever. But just type in, like for Tennessee SOS. That's your Secretary of State website. So you go to it and you want to look for business services. And typically you're looking for business entity filings. So here's LLC corporations. You're not a nonprofit, but you can file the company online right here. UCC online services right here. So you can go in here. You could actually search it before you do it, but through the database. But you're just going to file that company. Most states allow you to file online with the Secretary of State. So it's what happens. You file with the state, and then locally you file with the local municipality, like the county or the city, depending on if you're in a city municipality. I'm sorry. But so check those things out. This is what makes you legal. So you want to make sure that you're legal before you start doing business. And so just do that. Like I'm going to type in green fish and just see what comes up. So if I spell it right, and here we go. So there is nothing. There's nothing starting with that. But anyways, that's how you want to do it. California, Michigan, wherever you're at. Even in Australia, I've got clients over there. Same deal. You're going to have to file with your country or your municipality doing business as. So in regards to LLC or C Corp or S Corps, there's a variety of different things. An LLC, basically you're filing your taxes as a pass-through entity. So you don't file a separate corporate tax or corporate return. If you file as a C Corp and want to become an S Corp, you have to file a certain document within a certain amount of time. But just remember this, check with your accountant, check online. There's a lot of resources online from accounting firms to talk about whether to file as an individual, which you could file as an individual if you used your own name personally. I don't recommend that because you want to avail protection over your company in case you were sued or anything. So, but an S Corp or a C Corp, basically same thing, but an S Corp, you go by shares. So if you're going to expand and you feel like you're going to expand to bring in other partners or bring in an investor of any kind, you would want to file as a C Corp or an S Corp. If you feel that you're just going to be a one-man operation, even with employees but no shareholders, file as an LLC. So that gives you all that. The next thing here is the first thing you want to go do is file your FEIN number with the IRS. And it's very simple. You just click on here and go into irs.gov. And the way I got here is I just said file FEIN. So that's your employer identification number. This is what makes you legal with the feds. But you just begin an application, as we just mentioned, corporations, S Corp, C Corp, whatever. Here's your LLC. So if you wanted to be an LLC, that's how you would be. Likely you're going to be one of these two right here, a corporation or a LLC. And then you just continue here. It's going to make sure you read all these details and consult with an accountant if you're going to choose to do an accountant. I've done a lot of businesses, so I always file my own companies, not with an accountant or a lawyer, but a lawyer can file this for you. It is somewhat costly. As we said, you're in week 1. If you do file with a lawyer, plan for some more time, but read everything. LLCs are member agreements, and corporations are articles of incorporation. So a little bit different. If you're single, a one-member LLC, that's when you don't have to file a corporate return, and you just pass the income through your personal return. So that way you can also have a lot of write-offs. So it'll ask you how many members. Let's just pick one. It's going to ask you what state you're in. You select the state. You continue, and it's going to basically tell you a bunch of stuff about the LLC, the structure of the company, and then you're going to go on starting a new business. That's what you're doing. If you're already formed, no big deal. So to ask you individual or existing business, it's going to be, if it's brand new, it's an individual business. And then it's going to ask for your name, social security. And then eventually it's going to ask for the company name, address, and details. And bam, it'll give you the FEIN number that you need to go open a bank account. So it's as simple as that. The big thing that you're going to need is credit card processing. This is a free service. They have plans and pricing right here. So the free trial is 30 days. It looks like they just changed this. So it's $5 a month. I actually have the small business plan because it allows me to do a lot more with it. You can actually invoice through the program and any of these. But you can do some different things, track time. You can have multiple users, manage bills through it. This particular one is through QuickBooks, Intuit, and it works really well. I've used it for years. You can swipe a card they'll send you a free little swiper deal, which looks like this right here. But most of all, you can set up recurring payments. So if you have a payment that comes in every month, you can set it to run every single month and put that information in there. But not only that, a lot of times you don't have the card to swipe. So you just, we're going to give you credit card authorization forms that you send to your client. It'll be below this video right here. And we're going to provide you with links to these particular vendors. I am not an affiliate of these. These are just things that I recommend. And the other one is Square. You could also use Square, which is very popular. And I believe that's also free. Remember this when you're setting up any one of these. It's going to have a allowed payment level initially. And with that, you're going to only be able to take so many payments a month. And so you need to request a higher limit. And sometimes it's based on your credit. A lot of times it's just you tell them that you want to accept more payments. I've got mine set to over $50,000 a month to accept payments. So that's been over time that you can't just ask for that right away. The other thing is web hosting. There's reseller plans through HostGator. There's reseller plans through GoDaddy, Bluehost. This is one that we've used for the last 3 years. We've had a lot of security issues with the other ones. HostGator is a very slow server and has a lot of issues. Bluehost is slow. Doesn't have as many security issues. DreamHost, security issues big time. You want your client site secure. GoDaddy, lots of security issues. So one thing to remember, always keep a backup of your client. If you're going to be hosting sites, you need to set up a reseller account. So reseller hosting, and this is billed annually. So I recommend just starting out with the silver plan. You want the WHM because that's managed. And so if you have any issues, support issues, you're not going to have to pay any extra money. But just think of this. You can charge $200 a month, or just figure this one out. If you're hosting a person's website, you can charge them $24 a month. If you're only paying $18 a month and you can host 60 accounts, just think of the dollar figures with that. That is $1,400 a month in hosting. I don't recommend hosting that many accounts, but if you want to, you're welcome to do it. In a reseller account with GoDaddy, you can actually, and like I said, there's security stuff with GoDaddy, but with the reseller account with GoDaddy, you can actually set it up where you're selling domain names through your website. So you could actually have a page where people actually go to and buy domains right through your website. And it's connected through GoDaddy. And they have a WordPress plugin that you can actually put in your site to be a reseller for them. So it doesn't look like GoDaddy. It looks like your own site that you tell your client, okay, go here, set up your hosting account, and then it goes right into your reseller account, and you make a percentage off everything that's there. And they get emails just like anybody would with coupons and 15% off, and those are all generated through GoDaddy. I like this A2 hosting. It gives you a whole platform of things to manage all the accounts, and you can add accounts, suspend accounts, invoice clients through the system. That's the big thing with reseller. You can invoice through the system, and they pay you right through your bank account. So once again, this is another profit center. We'll be talking a lot about profit centers, and because we want you to capitalize on this business. So anything that you can sell to make a lot of profit on, we're going to tell you about it. So the next step is to set up your bank account. We want you to set up a bank account with whatever bank account company that you go through. Just set up a regular business bank account, but you're going to need some documents to go in there. You're going to need probably your FEIN number. You may need a business license from if you're in the city. And you may need articles of incorporation to prove that you're registered with the state. So as I said, week one can take time, But as we're going through week 1, week 2, week 3, your company is building. If you signed up for the platinum deal, we're building your website, we're getting your presence online, we're putting together your turnkey business. If you are on the non-platinum version and just on the online training, this process right here, you could actually be going through your tutorials, jump ahead to week 3, and actually have your outsource company start doing the work for you, and then you can actually get those things going. So just remember that, follow the steps. All this stuff is in the fast launch checklist, and so you can check it off as you go. Hey, welcome. It's Jim Parr here, and we're going to talk about going big and finding the pains of your customers that you're going to be going after. When you can master this technique, you've mastered just about anything. And so we go through this, and in this introduction here, it's when you're thinking about your services, you think about, who is this for? Who is SEO for? Who is digital marketing for? The what, the who, the how, and the why. We want to make sure that you target what their problem is, who this solution is going to be for, how you're going to solve their problem, and why you're going to solve their problem. What is their big problem, or what is the big problem that you're solving? Well, in this business, it's SEO, and understand this technique here is great for any business, and it's helped me gain tens of thousands of dollars. Because I can walk into a customer and know right away what their problem is, speak their pain, and speak a solution, which is the glory. And so in your case, who are you solving this problem for? Who are you, it's going to be plumbers, it's going to be electricians, it's going to be retail stores. How are you going to tell them about your solutions? So you need to write all these things down. And so as we go through this, rewatch this video, write down these techniques, these questions, because this is going to help you understand your audience. If you understand your audience, you can target and make big, big money. And this is going to come into play because you're a marketing company, or you're a digital online marketing company. So if you're working with a company that does counseling or dental work, let's say, if you know what the dental work or the dentist's problems are, what they suffer in their business, you can solve that problem. And not only that, you need to know who they target, why they target that person, what they're targeting for. So this works in many different ways. So this is why a client or a customer is going to pay you big bucks, because you're able to speak that issue or that problem and a solution for it. So who are you targeting? That's the big question. Do they have a problem? There's going to be companies that you target that already have an online solution or that have no issues. And you don't want to waste your time on them, because here's what happens. You're trying to pitch them, but they don't have the big problem. You need to seek clients or customers that have a problem. Can you solve that problem with quick results? That's a question you need to ask yourself. And as we go through this here, this module, we're going to show you how to solve it with quick results and find out what those results are. Do they desperately need your help? There is so many customers out there that have zero online presence. They've either been burned by other companies, and they need a company that is transparent, that's not going to, what we call, churn and burn them. Do they have the investment to pay you premium prices? Don't sit and deal with customers that don't have money to pay you. I just had a call with one of my clients, customer or students, and he says I underbid it because it was a website and they had a bid for $10,000. They paid a deposit of $3,500 and they got nothing after 6 months. They didn't go after that person that they paid $3,500, but they did not produce anything after 6 months and paying $3,500. So remember this, command those prices. Do not deal with anybody, because there is clients out there that will pay you. Have the mindset that you're worth every dime and that you're worth the money that people are willing to pay. Don't deal with these petty guys. I've got clients that pay me $5,000 a month. My clients that pay me $750 a month are a bigger pain in the ass than the clients that pay $5,000 a month. So that'll just teach you lessons. And of course, it's harder to get those premium customers, but you need less of them. Can you imagine 10 clients paying you $5,000 a month? That's $50,000 a month. 4 clients, that's $20,000 a month. So add that up over a year and just think of the price and the dollar amount that's included in that. Here's a big thing. Do you enjoy working with them? Do you enjoy working with that customer? Or is he calling you every flipping day asking you about this and just very disrespectful? You do something for him and you get no thank you back from him. I've had so many of those clients and I've fired them. I had one client most recently that I fired, and he was paying almost $1,000 a month, and he was very demanding, and I fired him. I didn't give him any notice. I just fired him. And do you know what? He was so upset because I fired him. He just never heard of that. But don't work with people that you don't want to work with. But do you know what happened right after I fired that client? I got 3 more clients paying twice as much money than what he was paying, and they were clients that I enjoyed working with. So be that visionary, be that positive person that goes after positive people. When you go after somebody with a positive outlook on their business, you're going to get a positive return. Do you have an easy way to get your message in front of them? Almost immediately. There's groups online. There's networking events in your area that you can attend. I've been to so many networking events, and there's no SEO guys. There's no website guys, because they think that they can hide behind a computer and get all the business they want, which is true. They can. But go out, in the initial stages of your business, and I'm going to teach you a mission statement here shortly, but go out in your initial stages and get into these networking events. And Meetup is a great place, meetup.com. And you can go, let's look at that real quick. Let's just do Meetup Nashville. So Meetup is more than just couples and stuff like that. There's so many different groups. But there's networking groups. Yes, there's groups for singles, but there's groups for writers, tennis, gamers. There is groups for SEO. Like, watch this. I'll type in SEO. Marketing and over 1,600 members. SEO Nashville, join another group. So there's a lot of different groups out there, and this is the way to get free business out there. So remember that. The who and the what. These are important spots here. So we're going to just dive down and work down these each one at a time. So what problem are you solving for the customer? The way we break down problems, we break them down small and big problems. And here's an example. Somebody loses their keys. Not a big problem, you know. Everything goes on like normal, and it's not a big deal. And, you know, eventually you find those car keys. You really don't need a solution to find those car keys. You just look for them and think about where you've lost them before. You don't need a system or a solution to find those keys. A big problem example might be something like your marriage is breaking down. You're losing customers. What are you going to do? You're ready to shut the doors on your business. You're not showing on the search engine. These are big problems. And these are problems that if you're able to speak those and figure out what those big problems are, especially somebody that needs internet marketing like SEO, you'll be able to sell that customer. So you must sell results. We talk about point A to point B. This solution works for many different things, not just in the SEO business or the digital marketing field. It works for problems, whatever you have. So remember this, the point A to point B exercise is going to be so important in your business. So you want to zone in on one big problem. And things like didn't know how to actually generate money online. A business might say, I didn't know how to get leads online. I had no clue how to do that. So once you zero in on that problem, there are loads of problems that link to this. You know, if it's, I don't know how to get organic rankings online. Well, there's loads of problems. And when I say loads of problems, there's things like no leads, lost revenue, competitors knocking them out. They're losing, they're not up to the times, you know, the internet, they're not on the internet, so they're not getting any business. They're in the yellow pages, so nobody reads the yellow pages. But there's loads of solutions too for these. So it might be the solution might be just getting a good SEO plan into place, getting a good internet marketing company into place. So what we talk about is the point A to point B exercise. So when we go into point A, that is the problem. And I'm just going to show you kind of a point A problem here. So point A might be no clients, confused, overwhelmed, no leads, no conversion system, no lead generation, no SEO program, no clients online. So that would be your point A exercise. And I want you to do your own because I want to see what you do. And we do point A and point B, and we'll talk about point B at the end here. But I want you to list 6 to 12 different things that you feel somebody that needs SEO or your services would have pains with. So like I said, if they have no online presence, they have no clients, they have no leads. So list those out. I want to see a point A to point B exercise that you do so that we can see that you're going to target the right individuals. So the big steps to success, that's what we call it. So we want 6 to 12 big steps. Point A, to point B. So there's going to be 12 point pains, and there's going to be 12 glories. So we want to tap into the glory, the emotion, the secret of the most advanced marketers. If you can find the pain and speak the glory, you're going to write your own paychecks. And what I say is, do not undercharge, because people are willing to pay big dollars if you have the solution. And you don't have to have the physical technical solution. In this program, you're hiring, outsourcing the services. Don't tell people you're outsourcing it. You do it in-house or whatever. You don't. Those are your programmers, and that's your proprietary secret. So what you do, it's just like a restaurant. They don't tell you whether the salad dressing is homemade or bought by Cisco Foods or something. They might say it's homemade, but it isn't. Even if it's homemade, they're not going to give you the recipe. So it doesn't matter what you tell them here. But the deeper level that you can go with their pains, because you want to drill in those pains, make them, remind them of those pains, because that creates that emotion, like kind of like if you were lifting weights, that struggle that you have when you're lifting weights. That's the pain, and you want to bring that pain back to them. The better you describe the pain, they can automatically assume that you have a solution, and you haven't even spoke the solutions yet. So you really want to tap into that pain, create that emotion. I was in a meeting with a recent client, a student of mine, and the customer spoke about spending that money with this customer or with a web design company and getting no results, no website, nothing. That is a pain, and there's a lot of companies out there. And so you have to be able to recognize that they're going to talk about that pain, have that list, that glory for that pain. Well, we're not that kind of SEO company. We're the best SEO company. We don't do that to our customers. In fact, a lot of our customers come to us because we're the ones that save them from these scammers online. So just remember that. But the pains, this is where they are right before you get your hands on them. So you haven't spoke to them yet. They're in that pain. They're suffering with it every day in their business because they don't have any business, no leads. So they're willing to gamble with you. I've got companies that were started real small, and they were paying back years ago $350 a month, and they're paying $1,500 a month. They had one truck and barely made it by, but they gambled on that investment, and it paid off for them. So you want to be able to be that solution for them. But the pain is what they feel about the problem. So just remember that that's what they're going through. They're suffering. You want to be able to speak those pains to them, because the more you speak the pain, the more it kind of opens up that wound. So if you can do that, then basically they're going to know that you have a solution for it, because they're going to be like, this guy really understands. And then when you get a customer, to be able to show them how to target, because you can use this point A to point B for your clients as a marketing consultant, to be a consultant for them to get more business. In the case of the dentist is sending out mailers. That is a pain. It costs a lot of money. They're carpet bombing with mailers and getting no return on that. That's a pain that they go through as a business, but you can give them a solution like online marketing, Facebook advertising, Google AdWords, display ads. There's so many different things that they never even experience. So in the pain exercise, you want to write down all the pains that the business without SEO would go through. Let me just show you one example, but I want you to write down 6 to 12 different things, pains that somebody would go through, a business would go through without SEO or online services. So here's a really complex pain to glory deal. So here's your point A. So the problem is, let's start with this top one. Tried different businesses and failed. Maybe they tried different SEO companies and failed. So they feel worthless. That's their pain. The glory is have a super successful business. So the glory of that would be, have an SEO program and have tons of business. So this is kind of your pain to glory scale. You want your point A, your point B. This is your pain emotion. This is your glory emotion. So point A to point B, pains here, and your glory emotion. So, and glory would be your solution. So looking at another that more simpler plan here, we have our point A, no clients, no consistent clients. That's their pain to glory. Or I should say this should be consistent clients. So lots of clients. So confused, we create clarity. This is the pain right here, overwhelmed. We help them focus on their business, take their ways, not worry about their social media. We take that for them. You as an SEO company, you manage that for them. No leads on demand. We create a lead generation deal. Maybe it's a funnel. Later on, we'll do some advanced training that we can offer to you and teach you some funnel training. So no conversion system, great organic rankings. So they're ranking number 1 on the search engines or in the first page. No SEO program, ranking on the first page. No clients online, getting clients every day, leads every day. So the solution is SEO, social media management. This is kind of a point A to point B. So come up with your own system for what you think of. I want to see what it looks like, and we'll go from there. But on the mission statement, let's go through, because I want you to have a mission statement. This helps you answer the question of what you do. Don't say SEO, because people look at you cockeyed and they will say, I don't understand what SEO is. What is that? So come up with a mission statement, and here's how to construct a simple mission statement. So come up with 1 to 2 line sentence. What do you do? What makes your business special? You're an SEO business, so what do you do? You help businesses make money online. You help businesses get more leads online. You help them reduce their costs of mailing and doing direct marketing, through traditional yellow pages and mailers. You make it more efficient for people to get new leads, cost less, because mailing customers is expensive. So ask yourself these questions. Who are your customers? What problems do they have? As we said, we spoke about the problems. What can you do for them? This is all things to construct your mission statement, because I want you to put point A to point B program together for me, and I want to see what your mission statement is. What makes your service extraordinary and unique? You want to be different than any other SEO company. So here's a simple template to go by. What we say here is just basically, I help companies to achieve more leads online using our unique digital marketing system without having to spend a lot of money or without being scammed or whatever. Here's one. I help dentists get more patients and have more free time using my patient attraction system online that doesn't require any hard sell or boring marketing. So come up with your own short 1 to 2 sentence mission statement. This stuff here and what we just went through is going to make or break your company. You're going to make money online, but this is what's going to set you apart and help you scale to that, $50,000 a month income. Hey, we're going to walk through Twilio and how to set it up. There is a link below that if you do not have a Twilio account, click on that. And I believe they give you $10 free, but initially you're going to come to a page like this. You got to put in your information, just first name, last name, email, and a password that you want for the account. You'll click on the acceptance, start the free trial. But let me say this, before you can start using it, you're going to have to put in your billing information in your account because they bill as you go. So the pricing, like when we look at the pricing, it's just a pay-as-you-go type of deal. So what does Twilio do? It's for your text messaging, your outbound calls, any voice drops, anything like that. So it's basically how you get your phone numbers, how you do all your call tracking and everything else. So think of it as the phone piece to this platform, because as you start sending text messages, the gateway that you're using is Twilio. So make sure you have that account below before we get going. If you need to pause this video and do that, that's what I would do right now. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and log into Twilio and walk through the steps of setting this up. I believe it's going to do a two-factor authentication here. So let me get that number, and I'm just going to pause this as I put that in. Okay, so you're going to need your SID and your auth token. You're going to click show here and get that token. But first of all, you're going to go into your account here and go to your agency view. So we'll bounce back to the agency. And then you're going to go into settings here. You'll click on settings and you'll click on Twilio. So you need to put your account SID number in here. So you want to go back here, click on this button to copy, and then drop that code into the space, and then just hit save. So when you go to create a sub account, like another account under your agency, it will automatically create its own SID number for those accounts. You don't have to keep doing this. You just set it up in the agency view, and then Twilio will automatically set up those sub accounts underneath there. And one other mention is this number validation. It's basically validates the phone number before it sends a text or whatever, and it goes through the system. It does cost a little bit more money, but to turn it on, it could save you money so that it's not sending to a fictitious number that doesn't exist. So it might cost a little bit more, but it'll save you money in the long run. So you can turn this on to do that. And then the next step is we want to go into an account. So we'll just go into agency 123, and we'll go ahead, and you can see up here it says get a phone number to start texting. So what we need to do is we need to resolve this. And if we click resolve and go in here, it automatically goes into phone numbers, which is under settings right here on the left in the account. And you just go in there and you want to set up an account by clicking add number. So we'll click add number, And basically you want to put in an area code that you're in. Let's just do California 818. We'll do Nashville 615. And you can see here, you get a list of phone numbers, and you can go through them. I'll show you one little trick here. If you don't like any of these numbers and you're looking for something easy to remember, just hit search again. And it'll give you a new list of numbers. And if you don't like those, click it again so you can keep going through there. But once you find a number that you like, you'll just click that phone number. Let's grab this one. You'll hit save. And now that phone number will be in there. So of course you're going to want to forward this. We'll talk about this later. But you'll want to set up a forwarding number. So maybe that's your office number. Maybe that's your cell phone number typically. So this could be your number for Google Ads. It could be a number that you want to track specifically for your office calls. And then you can forward it to just by clicking the little pencil and editing it. One thing to remember, to do any text or SMS campaigns, or to even your Google My Business stuff that's forwarding to a number like this, you're going to have an active Twilio account. So that's all there is to it. Hey, Jim Parr here, and we're going to walk through how to define your target. And so we spoke about simplifying your services. So offer reviews, offer, boosting their ratings, their Google ratings, for reputation with the platform. Offer easy access, like a chat widget in their website, a chat widget on Google local listings. So these are key things to really simplify your process. With the HighLevel platform, there's a lot that you can offer. You can offer lead gen, you can offer multiple things, websites, funnels, Google ads, Facebook ads, but keep it simple. That's what we talked about. Now we're going to talk about defining your target. Who are you going to go after? How are you going to find these people? How are you going to go after them? Because that's what we're going to get into on this lesson and give you some real tools that don't cost you any money or very little money, like one of the lead finders we're going to show you, which is like just a few dollars. And so we're going to walk through on how to get this all going. And one of the features that we offer, you can see here, is we have a chat button that you can communicate directly using the HighLevel software with that client. So you just click on it, bam, you're down there, and you can switch and chat with somebody. Now understand that there's not other companies that have this. So when you offer a feature like this, or a feature like this with the chat widget down here for our real estate client here, these are big things that you can offer and really bring in a client just off those few things. So a chat widget into their Google local listing like this, where you can just click and communicate with that individual company and be able to message them right away, and they get a notification, or the reputation, or how complex, but you want to simplify it. So we're going to dive in right now and go into really targeting and defining your niche or what you want to go after. So we use a few tools that are free online. One of those, we'd all know, Yellow Pages. And if you were around when you got those big books delivered on your doorstep once a year, that's what it was. Now Yellow Pages is yellowpages.com. It's a great site to do your research. So if we're going in here, and remember, define a target that you like or that you have some interest in. And the reason we say define a target, because if you're working with electricians, plumbers, landscapers, roofers, you need to know how those companies operate. So why try to figure out all these multiple companies? Instead, focus in on one or two niches, like landscaping or whatever you're going to go after. Make it a niche that is very needed, that they need your services. And I'm going to show you, they all need you. So if we go in here and we just type in plumbers, it's going to pop up here and it's going to give us companies. The really cool thing up here is if you're having a hard time trying to find a category to go after, you can go up here and go under auto services, and it's going to give you every auto service type of car detailing, repair, glass repair, parts, oil changes, tire shops. Same with beauty. It's going to give you all listings, home services. Home services is a great niche to go after because they definitely need your help. They're not going to have the money that a law firm would have, like an attorney or a personal injury attorney, but they definitely need your business. That one company, Alpine Air, that I showed you, that was GohighLevel's first client, and he got them over 400 reviews. They're charging $300 a month. And they've been doing that for multiple years. So look at these categories and get an idea. I don't go after restaurants, but if you want to go after them for reputation, help boost their reputation, go for it. You know, pet services, another good one. So as we look at these companies, you can use expensive tools, but why not use something that's free out there that works just as well, if not better? So these are probably paid ads up here in the very top, or like what they call a premium listing. But as we go down here, we can see a few different companies, and we can target these companies. And you could bring their phone number into your GohighLevel, voice drop them with the GohighLevel, hey, we're here to boost your reputation. We're a local company, and do a voice drop. You could do that with their phone numbers here. You could look at their business, like this Ace Plumbing company. It says they have a website, but this website is probably, I see it's a free site because the domain says giga or ggautomatic.wixsite.com. So they have a junk site that's really not doing anything on a call to action. You can tell this is free because it says start now. So these guys, if we look at this company right here and we just take this company name and do a Google search, maybe there isn't a lot of companies, but they're in Hermitage, and we're just gonna do Hermitage and see if these guys have a website. It looks like they may have a website, and yes, they do. They have a real website, but it's not looking real good, and I think it's created by Yellow Pages. So this is not going to do much good for them because they don't have any call to action. They don't have any chat widgets in here. So that is a great target to go after. I'm just trying to give you some ideas on how you would go after and find these companies. So that's one way as you look at the Google or the yellowpages.com. This, to me comes right off as a good one to go after. They've been in business for 43 years. They have like a 3.5 star on this rating here, but only 7 reviews. Another one, Dixon Plumbing, even though they got 5 stars with 1 review, they need reviews. So, and you may look at these in a different way. So, and I'm going to show you that right now. So another thing that we do is we go after what people are asking about plumbers, So we go to a website called answerthepublic.com. And if you just type in plumbers, you're going to get all the different questions that are asked about plumbers. and it basically gives you the who, what, the whys, the wheres. So where are plumbers in demand? How plumbers unclog drains. These are great ways to get blog articles to put in your clients' websites to get attract leads to that website. So these are little techniques that are really good. And not only that, we can see what people are asking about plumbers. So another one is Google Trends, and we'll get into Google listing in just a second to give you an idea. But Google Trends is going to tell us what's going on in that industry. So we'll just type in plumbers, and it's probably going to be pretty level. Yeah, there's no like big booming thing here. We know that these are the keywords, the queries that are being searched. And so there's really not a lot to search in this particular one. But if you were searching like different words, you could see if they're trending and if you really want to go after them for that niche. So one of the biggest tools that I kind of leave for last is just your regular Google searches. So we did plumbers near me, and you could do it incognito, but if you're in regular Google, it's going to find you your local area around you. So we're in the Nashville area. And as we look at this, these are paid ads up here, and you may do some of those to drive, basically drive leads to a funnel for your client in HighLevel. But not only that, you can get an idea of some of the verbiage that people are using when you start to define your offers. Because if this is an ad, they're paying a lot of money for that, and they're going to make sure that it's converting well, and they're going to take time to put that together. So they've got a nice button here, a Book Now button. And Google does have something called Google Reserve now, and HighLevel is integrated with that. But as we look at this, I can see right away this little tool we use over here is called Keyword Everywhere. And it's just a Chrome extension that we use. And so it gives us an idea of the keywords, local plumbers near me. And then at the very bottom, this is what people are actually searching: 24/7 plumber, Hiller plumber, plumbing, plumbers near me in Nashville, emergency plumbers. These are what the populating searches in this area. So as we scroll back up here, there is one other section here. What people also ask: what do plumbers charge per hour? So these are usually blog content that you're going to embed into your client's website, because you want it organically to pop up. But as we look at the map here, we want to look at where we want to get these clients and why we would work with these clients. So we want to look at some of these clients as we scroll down. And a lot of these look pretty good in this industry, but you'll see a few that pop out. Like this guy with 4.3, it's not bad, but you could bring that rating up. And as we go down, obviously you're going to pick somebody with a 5-star over a company that might have 3.9 stars. This Donwood Plumbing, we saw them in the Yellow Pages search. That would be a good one to go after. And you'll even find some with a 1 or 2 stars, and you want to target these companies. I always say anything under 4, target them to bring their Google listing ratings up, because a lot of people look at the reviews and determine whether they're going to use that company for future business. And obviously I'm telling you this because in the HighLevel platform, you can boost reviews with the reputation service that's out there. So let's look at something else. Let's pull up, because I'm not seeing a lot of bad reviews in this. But as we go to electricians, let's see if we can find some that are hurting. Like 3.8, not a good deal. Discount Electric Service, I mean, it's a good name, but it sounds cheap to me, just from a marketing standpoint. Overall, here's a great one right here. No reviews. TriStar Electric. They've got a phone number. They do not have a website, so you could target them for a website, but I would target them for the reviews right away. And so these are ways to define your target. Here's another one. Just disappeared on me. It's a 3.4. So this guy's been in business 10 years. Either he's bad in this business or he just needs help boosting the reviews. So that is how you define your target. Once you define your target, we've got a link below, and you can, I think for $12 a month, you can download as many leads as you want in the, let's get through this deal here. You can download as much as you want for companies. So you can choose, maybe it is plumbers in your area, maybe it's plastic surgeons, hair transplant, whatever it is. But then you can choose your location, and then what this D7 Lead Finder has is you can go in here and download a list of plumbers. And so what it looks like, if we look at this one here, it actually gives you their phone number, it gives you an email address, and you can download these in an Excel sheet. So if we just select them and download the Excel, we can import that into HighLevel and then start targeting those leads. You could even message them if they have a Instagram or Facebook linked into this. You can message them directly through HighLevel. So this D7 Lead Finder works very well. This is 84 leads or 84 plumbers just in the immediate area as we searched Franklin, Tennessee. There is a few different levels of D7 Lead Finder. We just use the basic one because, but you can upgrade it and see what the reviews are and then really target those companies based on their reviews. So that's it for defining your target. Make sure you know who you're going after before you just start blasting emails and making calls. But I always say in cold calling, everybody hates it. But when you think about going after, say, 20 no's a day instead of trying to get 20 yeses a day, it's a lot easier because the whole game is to stop after you get your 20 or 50 no's. And always you're going to get yeses out of that. So you may have to make 30 calls to get 20 no's, and you might get 10 yeses so that are interested. So understand that, there's not a lot of cold calling happening. Everybody wants to be virtual and hide behind their computer. But the personality, having a personal conversation with somebody and defining their pain or their problem, it's very important to understand that. So we talked about that in a previous module. So when you can define the problem in your target, maybe that's just the phone not ringing, leads coming in, whatever it is, and have a solution for that with using HighLevel chat, HighLevel, the widgets into the website, the widget into the mobile app so they can chat, then you're going to have a win-win deal. When you can define their problem or their pain and have a solution, you're going to win every single time. So let's head to the next module. Okay, we're going to walk through setting up your agency. So you're probably in a sub account. So let's go out of that sub account. And to do that, all you do is click on these two little arrows up in the top right. So switch to your agency view. and you'll come to your agency view. So we want to go down to settings at the bottom left here. And this is your user settings, which are self-explanatory. So first name, last name, email associated with your login, and your phone number. So this is not for your agency. This is just your personal data for your account for logging into the platform. If you want to change your password, put in your existing one here, and then put in your new password after that. Then we'll go to agency settings. This is what we really want to talk about. Now, we are under a white label program, so we have the pro account, and I would advise that you do the pro account. And if you're on the just the starter agency, I would advise to upgrade because it's well worth the money. Just get a couple of affiliates and we'll talk about that, and it'll simply pay for itself very quickly. So we put in our agency company logo. We run our software under a company called Sproutify, which is a company we own. So that's our SaaS for this company. So put in your company name, company email, your actual phone number for your business. This could be a Twilio number if you wanted to, but I recommend that you put in, if you're using your cell phone or whatever, put that number here, and then use Twilio, as we talked about in the previous module, as a forwarding to that cell phone number. Put in your website. We have a white label API, so if it's reading right now, app.gohighlevel.com/settings/company, ours actually reads app.sproutify.io. So this is something that you can set up. You just click here, white label desktop. It'll walk you through how to set up that actual domain. And it's actually pretty simple. In another lesson, we'll go into more detail about white label, but you definitely want to like white label domain, especially when you're running the software under your agency for your clients. So the API domain, we just leave that empty. That's just basically a CNAME record that would be point to an API if you're running APIs. We're not running any APIs. Under the privacy policy, just Google privacy policy generator if you don't have one, and you can set up your own privacy policy. If you do not have a URL in here, we just have our generic homepage URL. But if you do not have a link in here, it's going to go to GohighLevel to their homepage, and you don't want it to do that. This area is really dedicated to your script, and you can see this little black question mark up here. We have something called GohighLevel Tools or HighLevel Tools, and we have basically a help menu, and we can you can contact us through here if you have troubles or anything like that. So it's a service that we pay for, and it's connected into with scripts so that our clients can actually have tutorials because they can search anything under here. I'm going to say it's Matt DeSano, and it's a great product to have. It's a little pricey. It's $197 a month just to have that little question mark up there. But HighLevel does have its own, so you've got that in there. But if you want to remove that, you can have your own white label system in here. This is basically an area for your CSS. This is basically so you can change these background colors and make it your own. So we can change these logos, the little icons. We can do whatever we want. with this CSS in here. So if we change anything in here, it will change all this over here. So it just adds a little bit of feature in here. The theme beta is just, there's a default, which is that, and there's a dark, which is this. Once you put your information in there, make sure you hit update in this section here. And then you'll want to add your company address, phone number, and make sure you put your time zone in here and then click update address, because time zone is really key in this area here. Because when you're setting up appointments, you want to make sure it's on the right time zone. And there's a couple things down here. This is just, you know, daily emails. There is some new navigation stuff. We use the optional new sidebar upgrade for our clients, and it just looks a little bit different in the sidebars here. So we can go into more detail when we go into the accounts, but it just takes the it simplifies so it's not such a long list. So you can read about that just by clicking on this or highlighting over this question mark. So let's go into agency team management. This is where we're going to add our team members. So to add employees of your company, you just click add employees. Add what we do here is we just add an image of them, add in their name, first name, last name, email, phone number. It's self-explanatory. This password is going to be specific to that individual, and then they can log in with their own account, so they don't have access to the whole account. And then you can set their permissions. You can turn these on just by clicking on and off. So just switch whatever you want off, what you don't want them to have access to. So maybe it's Facebook and Google ad reporting or something like that, and other contacts within the company, or maybe you don't want them messing with your funnels and triggers. So that's going to be up to you, and you can even set a read only so they can see it, but they can't do anything with it. User roles in the agency, most of the time, you know, you're going to put agency level in this, and we'll talk about the other adding employees to the other accounts, sub accounts. But this one would be agency, and most of the time they're just going to be a user. Remember, with admin access, they've got control of your entire account. So, and then we can add individuals to other accounts. Like if we wanted to add an individual to an account, we would just put account, and then we would select which account we wanted to add them to. And you could add them to multiple accounts just by going like this and adding those accounts so they can access those few accounts or whatever. If you just want them in the agency role, then just put them there, and then add that account that you want them into. So it's very similar, but a little bit different. What we do is we put our agency level individuals that are part of our company here, and then whatever accounts we want them to run. So, and then agency billing, that's self-explanatory. That's just the credit card that's on file. And then you can see all your billing address and your payments below. And of course, we pay $4.97 a month. So, and then we took advantage of a special that they had. Account snapshots. This is where you create your new snapshots. We have a couple in here that are our own. We've got some default snapshots that we've got, and we've got some imported snapshots. So you can share these with other individuals if you want, but it's obviously not necessary. But we do share these with our people that sign up with us, so that's how we share. And then we've got your Twilio. that we walked through before. So this is where you put in your account SID number. And then we've got Mailgun, and we'll go into the Mailgun setup in a later module here and teach you how to set this up. But this is your Mailgun setting. We have the SMTP, which is a part of Mailgun, and we'll go through that also when we go through Mailgun. Payments is your Stripe integration. You can set this up on the agency level, or you can set this up on an account level. So right now we have it on an agency level, but we also have it set up on account levels too. I would recommend that you set it up on an account level. Affiliate settings. This is really key because you want to refer people. If somebody is interested in HighLevel and you refer them, you get a 40% recurring commission off of that revenue for life. So one thing to remember is make this thing pay for itself. $297 is not a lot if you're making $118 off of each person that you refer. So it only takes, a few of those to pay for itself just by referring somebody to your HighLevel affiliate link. So that's what you would use this for. And then go into sign up here with your GohighLevelFirstPromoter.com account. And this is where you can track your referrals. And it's really cool to see that, and it's very profitable. Let me show you. So this is just in the last 30 days. We've had unpaid earnings that are sitting in our account of almost $3,500. So those that's just for the month that we have, and we're only on, that's in 1 week of this month. We're on the 7th of the month. So we've already made $3,500. So that just gives you an idea of why it's so important to refer out your affiliate link and really push that. So this is what the affiliate link looks like. It'll go to either this page or another page, which looks just like the HighLevel account. So it's a referral link, and if somebody signs up here for a 14-day free trial and then starts subscribing to that, then you're making money. Custom menu links, we'll go through that later, but that's a pretty cool feature. API keys is only if you're going to do some integrations like with Zapier and stuff like that. There is a new compliance, HIPAA compliance, so and even the GDPR, which is the government compliances. So the platform is compliant to that, and then there's Launchpad settings, which is a new feature. So that is it on the agency settings. Let's move on to the next module. Hey, welcome back. Jim Parr here, and we're going to dive into the weekly planner. This is probably one of the shorter videos. However, I believe it's the most impact over all your business, and I've taught it so many times on a one-on-one basis because prior to this program, because it was so important for people to really get into this, dialed into this. And I always say to do this because you do this daily. I do this weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly. This is what I do. I really believe in having a program or an outline that really dives in. And I had a video one year called Reflect and Project, and I shared it with my inner circle clients. And it had such a massive impact on the amount of people that I was able to transform. And that's why I include this in my trainings. So basically, it's about productivity. It's always learning. So over the years, I've learned doing better in my productivity. I've learned to really sharpen my sword and use the same amount of hours in a day, because we all have the same amount of hours, but it's how we use them that's so important. So I'm going to share with you in this video what I really believe it's going to help you a lot is to plan your day. I always say and this is a quote from somebody else, is when you fail to plan, plan to fail. Because when you don't sharpen your sword and you don't have a plan, you're not going to perform. Here's the key thing here, is to really plan, and that's what we're going to jump into. So again, I use workflow a lot. So basically, just make sure you know what the most important tasks are, and you should have 3 to 5 most important tasks. And all you need to do is click on the button in Workflowy, come in here, and you can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then click back up here to week date, and now this is closed off. And let me show you a little. So for me, we have a week date. So most important tasks, these drive business. We have our secondary ongoing meetings. These are delegated secondary. Inbound, so these are later, but be proactive, not reactive. And then you have your personal. And then again, we show you kind of the buffer days and the live coaching and the free days. But if you click on these, so it opens up most important tasks, mission, create. So these were different things that I was creating. And you can just do whatever you want to do to open these up. Plan tomorrow, today, end of day report, journal, 0, inbound coaching. So as you can see here, whatever it is, if it's inbound, then we would put our inbound tasks in there. Enter your tasks in there, whatever you have to do in order to, so these are secondary 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, as we said before. So secondary, those are normally things that need to be done that can be delegated out. So ongoing, those are ongoing things that you have to do. I always say the end of the day report, journaling, maybe it's the VIP coaching, whatever it is. And then meetings, if you've got any meetings for that week. Now, this is interesting because so many times you get a call and we'll find somebody will tell you something that you need to do right away. And it doesn't need to be, but you can put those back into your secondary or whatever. But, and then you have your personal. So personal things are things that you have to do to get by, recharge your battery, and different things like that just to keep your mind going. So that might include your devotionals in the morning, different things like that, evening reading, whatever. So let's go back to the mind map and look at this. Always plan tomorrow, today. I always say go into the day, end your day by creating a list of things that you need to do tomorrow. Because that, when your mind is not there in the mornings, then you can go at that list and know what you ended on and what you need to do and put that into your calendar. And I always say work on your most important tasks of the day. What are the most important tasks? Those are things that are going to create revenue. So those are things that are going to always going to create that win. And so those are your, whatever it is that you have to do, those are your most important tasks. You have so many tasks on your desk, but they're not most important tasks that are going to create to your empire building, your coaching program. Those are the most important tasks that everybody wakes up, they go to their email, and they wake up, they go to their Facebook, or everybody wakes up and they do the little tasks that just get the least momentum in the day. When I talk about the most important tasks, those are the things that launch you big. So it's just taking one main task and you win. Richard Branson works 15 minutes a day and owns over 400 companies. Think about that. And think about if he's going after those little things or checking his email in the morning. So there's too many distractions, too many inbound calls during the day. especially if you have teens or wife or whatever it is. It's just life, and we go through that. So do your most important tasks at the beginning of the day and be done with those, and then you can move on to your other stuff. So now there's two options. You can keep a list, keep in a list format, or you've seen mine. You could do it with the workflowy or whatever. You can put it in a calendar. You could put it in a flip book, whatever you want to do. Sometimes it can work. You can work just from a list, and you start banging them things off step by step, and then you go to the next. But the most important thing is to have the MIT at the very top of that list, because then you can contact the bank. You can do whatever you need to do after that, after you completed those most important tasks. So I always say at the end of the day, plan tomorrow, today. Write them that end of the day report, then I'll journal. So plan tomorrow, today, and make sure, assess from day to day how you did and how you plan your tomorrow. Then at the end of the day report, I'll actually write up what I did that day and send it into my team. Then my journal, I'll do my journaling and basically write to myself and how I'm feeling about that. And did I accomplish anything? Did I stay in tune? How am I feeling? Are you feeling energized? Are you feeling overwhelmed? Are you feeling like you're on track? Do you think that you're doing things right? Do you think that the business is going the right way? Do you think your family is happy? Is there anything you should do with your health better, or with your wealth better, or your family better? I'm just in check with myself, and that's why I like to journal. So there's nothing worse by having emails come in all day long, answering emails. You could literally answer emails all day long. So I do my emails twice a week, Mondays and Thursdays, for my program. So when I mention that to my clients, they're trained that I don't answer emails anytime in my inbox except Mondays and Thursdays. So now it trains my clients so they don't get pissed at me, and they know that they're going to get an answer on those days. But when you try to answer emails throughout the day, that's going to take your entire time to be able to do that, and it's going to really mess you up throughout the day. The other thing that I mentioned is run through the end of the day. Plan tomorrow, today, end of the day reporting. I'm going to emphasize this so much because people go into the next day not planning. Now the end of the week. Now this is the end of the week is pretty simple. It's the same as the end of the day, but now you're going to put stuff into play for the next week. And I highly recommend that you have an accountability partner. So you can go on the Facebook group, find an accountability partner there by reaching out with somebody and hooking up with them, and then making them you accountable to them and them accountable to you for these end of the day tasks. And it doesn't have to be what you're doing. It just has to be, yeah, I got those done, or whatever it might be. See, at the end of the week, you can reflect and project. So basically, you look at the past week. You look at, did I do good that week? You reflect on it. Did I set out to what I really wanted to do? And this is going to help you be more productive the following week, because you'll look at things that you did that week that could have that held you back from what you were trying to get. So now that we're almost done with week 1, we just have one more module. Now that you've gone through this, the tasks of planning your week and the most important tasks, like what are the other things you need to do that are secondary? What are your meetings that you have to do? What are the ongoing things that you have to do? So you're telling yourself that you can really calm down, relax, and know the system that you're going to be doing and training with, so that you're not all over the board and you can help your clients. So please let me know on the Q&A call if you have any questions about this. But as we move to week 2, you're actually going to start making those fast sales especially if you have a mailing list. So with that said, we're going to move into the next module and you'll be done with this week. Okay, we're going to talk real quick about the sidebars. HighLevel is always adding new things like this Yext up here, Get Yext. These are the notifications that of the newest things. They just added WordPress. So you can add, get WordPress and migrate your WordPress site into your HighLevel account. And so it's a nice thing because if you are a SaaS provider or even a unlimited provider, you can upsell. I think you might have to use SaaS, but you can upsell WordPress to your clients. So this says WordPress not yet sold, but if we go into details, we can go down here and we can offer WordPress for $14.99 a month, and we get a profit of $5 off that account every single month, or over the next, it'd be $60 a year or something like that, our profit would be. So that's one thing that they offer. And so that's just your updates. But let's go back to that account. And I want to show you the dashboards here. So this is the old dashboard. I prefer this one personally just because it's a little more detailed. It's got a little bit more stuff to it. It's not as compressed. So I can quickly see where I need to go. And if you go up into the top right here and click on the logo, the HighLevel logo, or whatever you're seeing up there, you can switch to the new sidebar. So if we look at the new sidebar, anything that's automated, like it'll combine it like workflows and different things, triggers and things like that, because those are automation features. Anything in marketing, it's going to compress that into one area. So if we switch to the new sidebar, which you can switch back and forth, it's very compressed. Now, instead of your accounts being up here, your accounts are here. So there's a drop down here. There's quick actions, which means add a contact, send a review request. I do like these quick actions. They're very cool. Then it goes into conversations, which is your opportunities. Or I take that back. Conversations is your everything that's going on in your website, conversation-wise, text, emails, things like that. You've got your calendar, which is your appointments. So you've got, instead of the drop-down, they're all up here now. You've got your contacts, which are all up here, instead of having a drop-down below them. So it's very similar. Automation is going to be your workflows, campaigns, and triggers. It's hard to see because it's gray up here because we're using a different color format. Email marketing is templates, HTML builder. It's the same. It just takes this stuff that has a drop down here on the other one and puts it across the top. So sites is WordPress, membership forms, surveys, chat widget, URL redirects, your funnels, your websites. I do like this one. It even has a settings for your domains, so you can quickly add your domains into the settings and go back. But it's all pretty much the same. Like if we want to just go back, we go to the top right, switch to old toolbar, and you can see under marketing, it just has these in a drop down. So visually, when you click on these now, it always shows them on the top in the new look. So that's the difference of the old sidebar and the new sidebar. Hey, so in this video, we're going to talk about the tech behind the HighLevel platform, because there is a few things that you'll need in order for SMS campaigns to work, for your email campaigns to work. And so I need to help you understand the tech behind things. So let's just talk about what is required when we look at marketing. we look at email campaigns. Well, with email campaigns, we need to be able to send those emails through a gateway so that those emails are not coming from, like, they'll look like they're coming from your email, but we don't want to have all those emails really coming from your email, if that makes sense. Because what happens, you can get blacklisted. Most domains allow up to 250 transactions per day, depending on what you're going with, like if you're using GoDaddy or something like that, and some are not even that much per day. But if you're going to be sending 1,000 to 5,000 emails a week or a day or a month or whatever it is, you want to be able to send those through a system that is going to allow those to push through. So what you need with that is a Mailgun account. It's basically a pay-as-you-play type of service. GohighLevel is looking at bringing a Mailgun platform into their system. I'm sure you're going to have to pay for it. I mean, somebody's going to have to pay for it. But it's a minimal cost. It's like 0.2 of a cent per email, or maybe it's not even that. But the pricing, basically, you go in here and you can do a pay-as-you-go, or you can do 50,000 emails for $35 a month. And whether you're using this as a SaaS reseller, so if you're a SaaS reseller, you're going to have an account, a general account, and you're going to basically resell it to those people that are under you. And you can mark that up. So if you're paying 2 cents per email, let's just say, I'm not saying that's what that costs, you can mark it up to 6 cents an email or 10 cents an email. So Mailgun is basically your gateway. So it basically is an API that forces the emails to go through. It'll track, send, receive the deliverables, but also in GohighLevel it'll track those numbers too. But it's just a safe way to do business, and it's required to do business ethically, and you're not going to be able to send thousands of emails without it. So that's Mailgun. That's part of the tech. And to set that up, typically you're going to set it up under the account settings. So if we just go into this particular account here, we'll just go to this generic agency 123 account, and we go down to settings on the far left, and then we go over to Mailgun service, and you're going to connect it. You can see that I've got one for parmediagroup.com, and that's my basic one for Parmedia. I have one for Sproutify too, and but we'll teach you how to set this up in a later module that'll be coming up in this section. So right now we're just talking about the tech behind it. So, but this is where you'll eventually set that up, and we'll teach you how to do that in Mailgun also. The other thing that you're going to need under marketing is to do text campaigns. So you can do email and you can do text campaigns. So if you want to send a text, that goes through a phone number. So a phone number has to relay through a system called Twilio. And again, with GohighLevel, GohighLevel will be integrating this into their system. I don't know if it's free, but I doubt it if it's free because there's cost associated with it. So you need a Twilio account. Again, with pricing on this, it is basically a play-as-you-pay type of deal. Right here, pay as you go. They do have volume discounts, but it's a very, very, very minimal cost. So the cost here, I think I just saw some samples here. Local calls 0.0075, so less than a cent, 3/4 of a cent, I think that is, to send or receive. And they have toll frees. And again, we're going to show you how to set that up in a later module in this section. So those are two of the tech things that you'll need. You can integrate some other tech, like you can integrate your Stripe account. So if you're going to be accepting payments, you'll want to have a Stripe account. If you want to integrate your QuickBooks, you're going to have a QuickBooks account. But we don't use QuickBooks integration for our system because we invoice in a different way. Again, GohighLevel is going to have their own invoicing system coming soon. If you want to connect your Shopify store to do abandoned cart funnels or stuff like that, you basically connect your Shopify account here. Some of the other tech is your Facebook and Instagram integration and your Google local listing. Other than that, there is really those two main things. The Mailgun is, you'll need an account for that, and your Twilio account. So there is links below this video to go and get your Mailgun account and your Twilio account. So make sure you do that. Get those set up so that we can move on to the next module, because we're going to be teaching you how to set up an SMS campaign, or set up your SMS and set up your calls. And then we're going to set up SMT providers and set up your Mailgun. So that is it right now. So let's move on. Okay, in these next modules, right after this, we're going to walk through how to set up your Mailgun and your Sendinblues. So make sure that you have set that up before we go into these next modules. So choose one, Sendinblue or Mailgun. We talked about it earlier, and it is important that you've got, you know, at least a free pay-as-you-go or free plan set up before you move on to the next module. So let's pause this, go to the next module, and we'll go through the setup of how to set these up. Okay, so you picked an email provider, either Sendinblue or Mailgun. And so if you choose Mailgun, we're going to walk through how to set this up in just a few steps. And the first thing is, make sure you have an account. So if you didn't do that in the last two modules, go ahead and pause this video and click Get Started and set up an account. So we already have an account, and so I'm just going to log in to my account. So that's login.mailgun.com, and we're going to go ahead and get logged in, and then we're going to walk through the steps on how to integrate this. So from here, we're going to go to Sending, and we're going to go into Domains, and we're going to click Add New Domain. Now, one thing to remember about this is you need to set this up with a CNAME, and so we're going to go through the steps on how you do this, and we're going to actually add a domain in here. So Mailgun recommends that you use a subdomain like mg.yourdomain.com, and because it's going to work better that way, it's not going to affect anything. So we're going to add this domain. So let me put my dot between MG here. And of course, we're going to use a shared IP. If you did grab a service with the dedicated IP on a premium service, you can go ahead and do that. We're just going to add this domain. So our next step is going to be going into setting up our DNS records. So if you have GoDaddy, whatever it is, you need to go into your DNS settings and walk through these steps. You must go through each step in order for this to go into effect. And down here it says this can take, on any DNS changes, not just Mailgun, it can take 24 to 48 hours. I've never seen it take that long. I've seen it take as little as 15 minutes, but it can take up to 24 hours. I'm just going to say that to be safe. So we're going to go in. We're using name silo for this particular domain. We went into our DNS settings, and what we need to do is there's a TXT file. So we need to create a TXT file first. We're going to click on this little copy button. This will copy this v equals SPF1. And we're going to set that up for up to par level up.com mg.up to par level up. So as we look at this, we need a text file. So we're going to create a text file, and it's just going to be mg, and we're going to paste this in. Now this is the TTL is the length of time it takes to propagate. I usually set that to 3600. You could set it to 600 if you want, depending on your server, if they'll let you. Just remember, it has to be a specific number, like 3600, 7200, 600. It doesn't just take 1 or 2 or whatever, 10. So I think 600 is the least, and that's in seconds. So we're going to go ahead and add that, and it did not take 600. So we'll just change that. We'll repaste this in, and we'll put the MG. And so ours is a minimum of 3600. So we'll go ahead and add that. And text record allows host to go in, and we successfully added that. So it says changes. We publish DNS changes every 15 minutes. Could take up to 48 hours to resolve. So that's the first one. Just go down this list here and make sure you get the right type. So again, this is a TXT file. We're going to go in and make sure you paste in what you copied back there. And we're going to go with 3600. Once again, make sure you've got this set up here. So in this particular one, it is mail o dot hyphen domain key. So we're going to go in and put that in .mg, and we're going to hit submit. And we'll let this load. And again, it will go up here. It might take a few seconds after you hit submit for it to populate. So, and just to confirm, you can hit in your TXT once you got those 2 TXTs in, and you can confirm and see that it actually put those in. So our next step is to continue down this list. And these next records are MX. So you got a priority, and you've got MX type, and this is MXA and MXB. So we're going to copy the MXA. We know it's a MX record, so we're going to select MX. And we're going to go to, copy this in. We're going to set this to 3600. The distance in this particular one is the priority. And just to confirm, it's going to be MX type, but we need to add MG to this, so no dot. And we got that record in. You can see that. And if we double check, we can see that they're in. But I'm going to add the second one in. And this is going to be same host name, priority 10, but it's an MXB. So we'll go ahead and we'll select MX. We use name silo just because we've had great experience. It's low cost and it works very well. It doesn't, we've used other hosting services for domains in the past, and they just sell a lot of frills and stuff that you don't need. And name silo is inexpensive. They don't try to upsell you on all kinds of garbage. So we're going to go down and we're going to add the CNAME. So we're going to copy this, and the CNAME is mail.mg, and then our domain. So this is going to be a little bit different. So this is really what creates that actual CNAME. So I'm going to go ahead and paste my CNAME record in. And then it was email.mg. So I'm going to do email, and you can see it auto-populates because I've done this before. So if we just double check our CNAME, we have it right here that we just put in. We've got our MX records, which are right here. And we have our text records, which are right here. So I believe that is it. Now you probably are going to go out of this and wait till these populate, because it's going to take a little bit of time, but you can go in and verify the DNS records just like this. And you can see they haven't populated, but we're going to pause and we'll come back and show you what it looks like once they're active. Let me also show you the cPanel way. So if you're in your cPanel, we're in our uptoparlevelup.com. And if we go in here, we can also enter our DNS records this way instead of the other way at the domain level. So it's really up to you. But to do this, you just click on DNS Zone Editor. And most cPanels are similar. And so we would just go in, add these records as we did before, but we would do them on the cPanel level. But understand, if you do them on the cPanel level and you get rid of that host or delete that hosting site or change it or whatever, you're going to have to put them in, reinstall them. So let me just show you real quick. So if we go to manage, we just want to add a record. And so we're going to add a text file. And we're just going to add this as mg dot. And then we're going to add that text file. And here I'm just going to set it as 3600. And you can see the text file is right down somewhere here, right at the bottom. So there it is, the MG. And you would just do this like you did with the other ones. You just go in, but don't do it in both. Do it in one or the other. You don't have to do it in both. I'm just showing you this because sometimes it's easier for people to put them in at this level instead of the other level at the domain level. So if you have access to a cPanel, go ahead and add them on your cPanel. But if you already added them on the domain level, don't add them in both places. One quick thing in the cPanel level, it will try to have you put in the full domain like mg dot your domain, but just put MG. We had an incident where, see, it will auto-populate the domain after it. We had an incident where we couldn't get it to populate, and what it was doing, it was duplicating the domain. So all you've got to do is put in MG, hit save, and that's all you have to do. So don't put in the domain, just put in your MG, or in this case, for the CNAME, you're just going to put email.mg. So let me show you that real quick on the cPanel level. So we're going to add a CNAME record. And so we'll do email.mg. And we're not even going to put a dot after that because, see, it knows to populate that because that's it's in your domain in your cPanel. So we're just going to hit that and we saved it. So let those populate. One thing you can do is use something called MX Toolbox, and as it's mxtoolbox.com, and you can look up your, let's do up to par, level up. You can look up your MX records here to see if they're starting to populate. And right now, we do not see them auto-populating yet. I'm going to try to put an MG in front of it and see. It's only been a few minutes, so it's probably not going to show. But you can even check your CNAME and your text files. So if you want to do CNAME, you just go down to, let's find it in this list here, CNAME lookup. Put your domain in, and it will find those CNAMEs. But like I said, you can do text lookup too. And there's one right there. So that one has populated, it appears. 4 hours TTL. So as you go through here, you can do that. But the best way to do this, to see if they're actually populated, is to verify the DNS here. And it will go through and find out if any of these have populated yet. So that was an MG. It looks like there was another text file in there. And there's mg.uptoparlevelup.com. 60 minutes TTL, which is 3,600 seconds. And so it looks like it's already starting to populate in there. So obviously you can't use this till all these are verified. But if you log out and come back in, go into sending and domains and click on that domain, you can go in here and verify whether they've populated or not. So let's get through that step, pause the video, wait for that to go, and then we'll do the rest of the setup here. Here's another cool tool is dnschecker.org. So you can see a map here all over the US. These are propagation server locations. So you can go in here and let's take the CNAME, and we can copy and paste that. So we'll copy and paste the CNAME in here. I want to make sure there's no spaces here. Hit CNAME in the drop down here, and then we're going to go ahead and hit search. So you can see already that it's propagated in Pakistan, in Russia, in Brazil, even in Florida, Miami, Mexico, even up here in Brooklyn, New York, it's been resolved. But it hasn't been resolved in San Jose in a few different places. which is going to affect it, because if Mailgun servers are up in that region, it's not going to verify the DNS. But we can check and see if it's verified any of these. And right now, it says this one has a green check, so that's what will happen. So mg.uptoparlevelup.com has been verified for the text file. And so let's go ahead and check on this text file. So we'll go back into DNS Checker. We'll paste that in. And just make sure you don't have any spaces when you copy and paste. And we're going to select TXT. And you can see that particular one has not propagated anywhere in the US. So obviously there's a reason for that, because it just takes time. I mean, we'll check the MX record here. And that one looks pretty darn good. So we can go back here and see if these get a green check. And yes, they do. So the only one we're missing right now, and honestly, it's only been about 10 minutes, is this particular key right here. And so if we go back into our cPanel, let's just verify that that's there. And honestly, I don't see it. We did put it at the domain level. So let's just look at that. It's a TXT file, Mailio. And it's important to get these right. So let me just select TXT files so that we're not looking at everything. Yeah, I don't see that we added it at this level. So we're going to go ahead and paste this in. We're going to set this to 3600, which is 60 minutes. And then we're just going to copy this piece with the MG. And so we go in here, drop that in, make sure we don't have any spaces. It probably would just get rid of that. And we're going to add that record. And then we're going to go down to the bottom. So we've got it right there. So we'll let that propagate, and then we're on to the next step. So those DNS Checker and MX Toolbox are good tools to use when doing development, because you can check, if a domain's on a blacklist, what your IP address is. You can ping your IP address. I mean, you can test your email server. So it's a great tool. They're both great tools. They both are very similar. This has a lot of tools up under All Tools. So let's move to the next step after your verifications are all done. Okay, we have successfully entered all our DNS records. So this is what you get when it's finished. Now you're going to go into your high-level platform. You want to go into agency settings. So if you're in an account, hit these two arrows in the top right, and you want to go to agency settings, which is down on the left here. You're going to click on settings, and you're going to go to Mailgun. Now yours is going to be empty, and so what you need to do is go into Mailgun, and you're going to go under settings. You're going to go under API keys, and let that load the keys. So you want to hit the I here, and then you're going to select and copy this API with the Control-C or Command-C, depending on a Mac or PC user. And then you're going to drop that API key in here in this first field, paste it in, and then you can see the domain I just put in, up to par level up, is there, but you're going to select the domain that you put in there. You should only have one domain if it's a new account. Now, let me just say one thing. If you're going to be doing this multiple times for different clients, so as you add a new client, you're going to add a new API or a new Mailgun setting. You can see these setting locations below. And so you'll keep this API in here, but you're going to add, as we did in Mailgun, you're going to go through the sending domains and continue to add domains. And if you do have clients that you're working with, I just recommend that you go into Namestyler or GoDaddy, spend $10 on a domain just for their mail server for Mailgun, and enter that information in. It's going to save you a lot of headaches, many months of headaches, if they cannot find their login for their domain. If you do have access already to their domain, boom, you can go ahead and do that. So it's just one step to fast forward things. The other thing you can do is set this at the account level. So if you do have a client and you want to set it at the account level, we can go into the account, go down to settings on the left-hand side, go into SMTP, Mailgun service, and then we want to add a new service here. And so if you need to add a new service, you just select the provider. Other would be like Sendinblue, and we'll go through that and enter that information in. But if it is Mailgun, you can set this account level back here. So we go back to agency settings, and we're going to go to Mailgun. And then we should see our up to par academy, and we're just going to click this pencil and edit it, and we're going to add up to par level up, and we're going to hit save. Now when we go to that account and go back under settings in the account settings, you can see that we have it right there. So that's all you have to do. And then you probably want to test this, and I'll show you how to do that. So go into marketing in this account level. Let's go to campaigns, create a campaign. We'll call this test campaign. And then I'm going to put email behind it. We're going to add an event, and that's going to be email. And then we're just going to put test. We're going to put test here. And then we're going to do from my own email. And we're just going to send it to myself. And hit send. And then the thing that we're looking for here, I'm just going to close this out, is, oh, and one other thing is to make sure it's out of draft form in this email campaign. So I'm going to edit it one more time. I didn't get the email because I had it in draft. I forgot to set it. And so you need to do that. And I'm glad I made that mistake so that you weren't sitting there wondering when you're going to get that email. So I'm going to hit send. And let that compose. And it's sent. And we're just going to pause this and show you what it looks like. So to finalize, when you go back into your domains, you'll see accepted 3, or for your case, I sent it 3 times, but in your case, it'll be 1 if it's a new account. And then the other thing that you can also verify under your conversations, under recent, we can see the test email that's sent here. And obviously it'll go to your email also. So that's it. Hope you, this was probably the longest module, but one of the more important, and we'll go through Sendinblue next. Okay, we're going to walk you through Sendinblue and how to set this up step by step. So obviously you should have had an account for this if you're using Sendinblue. And so I gave you a link, or you can click here, just go to sendinblue.com, click sign up for free, and go through those steps to create an account with no credit card. It just takes a few minutes. And so if you haven't done this, pause it if you're going to use Sendinblue. If you already did Mailgun, forget this module and just skip on to the next lesson. So you got your free account set up. We're going to go ahead and log in to Sendinblue. So add your credentials here. First thing we're going to do is we want to set up our email. So the top right up here, we're just going to go to senders and IP. We're going to add a new sender. So that's going to be this blue button right here. And we're just going to put up to par Academy. And our email that we're going to use is support@uptoparlevelup.com. So make sure this is a legit email, because you're going to get an email to validate this. So put in the name. Maybe it's just your full name or your company name, and then add an email. This can be an email forward or an actual email, but it's got to be something that you're going to receive. So we're going to go ahead and click save. And we're just going to say OK to this. This is just following deliverability tipped recommend digital signing your emails with your own website domain. This is not required, and that's what we did. So follow the screen's instructions to authenticate the domain, adding the new DMS records that will sign emails with your domain. So we say OK. And so it sends an activation email to us. And so we're going to pause real quick and grab that before the... So you get an email like this. You just click activate your sender, and it will automatically confirm. So verify, verify, verify. You can also go an extra step and add the domain. So you can add the domain into here by adding new domain. And basically, let's just use that same one. And then we would like to use this domain to digitally sign my emails. And then we go through the same steps that we did, but fewer steps. We just need to add some text files. And then you can add the domain and authenticate your domain into Sendinblue. I would recommend doing this. And so the way we would do it, we just basically copy this record. And so it's going to be, you're going to copy this piece right here. And then go into your DNS settings in cPanel. So we'll go into DNS, under Zone Editor, under Domains, and we're going to add a text record. So it's at the bottom here. and it's going to be mail dot domain key. And I was just thinking, we've already did this for the other ones, so we may not want to double up on this. But that's how you would go ahead and do it. And then just copy and paste this piece here. And go back in. Add that record right into here. So we're going to go ahead and add it. I'm just going to make sure I don't have a... Yeah, the other one is for Mailgun is .mg, so this one is a little bit different. So we'll add that, and then we're going to go in and add the other piece here. So we've got now this one is just a txt file. So all you got to do is go in, and this is just going to be at the domain level. So again, it's a txt, and drop that in. In an @ symbol, or just up to GohighLevelUp.com will do it. So we'll add that record just to verify it's down there. And then once these are verified, you'll just go ahead and click on these. The next one is at the domain level, so up to GohighLevelUp.com. So we'll go ahead and add that one in. Get to my window here. All these are txt files. So add your domain. I'm going to put 3600 because that's like 60 minutes. And we'll just go down, confirm, it's in there. And then the last one here is a little bit different. It's a DMARC. So I'm going to copy that first part because you don't have to put the full domain in. In fact, I recommend that you don't because it can confuse the server. So it's just DMARC. We'll put it in at 60 minutes. And then we're going to copy this piece right here. Go back in and add that. So now we need to double check these. We can use dnschecker.org and look and see if this domain is populating. So the one we just did was DMARC. And so what you can do is copy and paste like this piece here. Go into here and paste this in and then do a search. What it will do, it'll start resolving. When things are resolved in green, that means that you can come back into Sendinblue and record, add it, and please verify it, and then it will it'll verify it. So we want these to turn green, at least in the US, if you're in the US or in your region, but understand the servers for Sendinblue might be in the US and you might be in Europe. So just pause this and make sure you go through this and verify these, and then we'll go ahead and move to the next step. So in DNS Checker, you can see that it's starting to resolve in certain areas of the country, resolved in California, Brooklyn, New York. And we'll go back here and we'll just see if we hit record, please verify. on any of these if it go aheads and resolves. So I'm going to hit done and see if it'll resolve on its own. So we're going to have to wait for these to resolve. This one is configured, this one is configured. And it should just be a couple more minutes, and we've waited about 10 minutes, so just be patient with this process because it's important. Okay, once these are all, you click please add, verify, and they turn configured. Click I'm done. And that is it. So now what we need to do is one other step. So I'm going to leave a link below. You need to send an email to Send in Blue, and this just takes less than 24 hours. And you just need to title it. You can contact them here, create a ticket, and basically you just want to send them an email saying that you would like to send transactional emails, and please activate my account. And so include the link to your website. So uptoparlevelup.com was the one we did. Type of contact, I would use transactional, so it's not spam. And then estimated volume of emails. So you just go in here, create a ticket, let this load, and you can see that I did this for a couple of other domains here. So let's just see what this one looks like. The verbiage, I'm just going to copy this. So I'm going to hit copy, and then you can see that they activated that, but I'm going to go in here, open a new ticket, and I'm just going to send it to transactional activation, transactional email activation, and then I'm going to put in here, paste this in. I need to change my domain, so this is for email address support at uptoparlevelup.com and domain uptoparlevelup.com for sending my current clients updates about their services. So please enable transactional for my account email address and domain for sending. Thank you, Jim Parr. Submit it. And the ticket is on its way. So it's saying to, they've got the ticket. Request was successfully submitted. If they reply, this is just where you reply here. So if you need to add any additional information to that. It is a really quick process. I've seen it as quick as an hour. And so let that go, and then you're good to go. So now go into HighLevel and go to the account that you want to use it for. So this will be set at the account setting. Go down to settings, go to SMTP, and then what you're going to do is go back into Send in Blue. I'm going to refresh this so we get our domains up here. And then you're going to go into your SMTP settings. So then click on SMTP. You're going to copy your SMT server name here. And then you're going to go back into HighLevel. You're going to add new service, select a provider, other, and just put this SIB for Sendinblue. Paste your server in here. Go back to your SMTP. The port is 587. You're going to add in your username, which is your login right here. So we'll drop username in, email address, and password, and hit save. And we'll find out. Let's go back here. It's not grabbing the correct password, so let's grab the master password. I'm going to have to do this one more time. 587. And then we'll drop that in there. And there we go. So if you want to use Sendinblue now for this account, obviously this is our master email for Sendinblue. I recommend Sendinblue not for your whole general account here, but set up your individual domain. But you can set it up and just, there you go. And just activate the radio button and you're good to go. Okay, then we probably want to test it. I always say test things. So we'll go into campaigns. I'm just going to go into this one I did before, test email. And I'm going to go ahead and edit this. And we're going to do test Sendinblue. Test SIB. And I'm just going to send it to Jim at parmedia.com from and to, and then I'll just send it a test to my Gmail account. And then hit send. And once that goes away, you can check it and make sure it's sent. This was unpublished already, so we're good there. So we checked our email. Being we had this set up on Sendinblue, or we sent it from our Jim at Parmedia, it shows that, and it says to Jim, jim.par@gmail.com. So successfully went through. So once we know that email was successful, let me just show you some of the things in Sendinblue that is so nice. You can go into transactional here, and you can see that one was delivered, trackable opens in the last 30 minutes. So it says test Sendinblue, first opening. So it's very accurate. The other thing that you can look at is your logs, and you can even set your filters, like all events. Maybe it's you want to check your bounce rate, hard bounce, so we'll put apply, and it'll show you what bounces you have. But the good thing about this is, let's just go back to statistics, is when we look at this, we can, let's just go a little bit further out, custom, so that we get some data in here. And so we can see the bounce rate on percentage. You want to keep your bounce rate under 1%, and you're blocked under 1%. the reason I say that is those are just good numbers to play by. One thing to remember on bounces, that's, you cannot control somebody putting in a fictitious email. So if we go back to logs and we filter these by hard bounce under here, typically these are going to be a fictitious email. So, or the email does not exist anymore. So, but we get a lot of these through our affiliate. And when they are a hard bounce, they're typically, email at test.com or me at, test.com or some fictitious email. You can almost look at them and know that they were a bad email. So those are some of the things that are nice with Sendinblue. The cost is nice also. And one last thing, if you have enabled reply tracking, you're gonna see a weird little email address come in, and it's because it's tracking the emails, but that's the only way to get those logs like I just showed you. If you do not want that weird email looking thing, like for replies, just simply shut this off and it'll show coming from this particular email or your email address. So hope that helped, and let's head on to the next module. Hey, we're going to walk through setting up your white label setup for your company. So basically you can see here we have Sproutify here. So we have it as our own logo. We've got our own domain up here, so api.sproutify.io. And if you really look at this, there's nothing that says anything about HighLevel. So that's what Whitelabel is. You whitelabel it to your company. So first of all, we need to go to the two arrows up in the right top corner here and go to Agency Settings. So we're back here and we go down on the left to Settings. And up in the top here, we want Agency Settings right next to User Settings. So one of the first things we want to do is add our company logo. So it can be a marketing agency. It could be whatever you want. If you want to build a software as a service, like us, we use our company name called Sproutify. So the way we set up this domain so that it's app.sproutify.io is right here. So this is going to be blank for you. And if you click on that question mark, there's another video that they have, and you can go through that video, but that's basically what I'm doing. If you get stuck, that's what you can do. And so what you're going to do, I'm going to show you in cPanel how to do this, and I'm going to show you in GoDaddy how to do this. So we got two options here. Just make sure you should add all this company information filled out already. So in the cPanel, we just go into our cPanel and go under Domains and click on Zone Editor. And so we're going to create a new CNAME record. And basically that CNAME is going to be app.sproutify.io. And some servers will add an additional dot at the very end there. Just don't worry about it. And then the CNAME is going to be app.message, MSG, sender, SNDR, so it's abbreviated, .com, and you're going to add the record. I've already got the record in there, so you'll see when I look at my CNAMEs, I've already have it right here. So app.sproutify.io. We're going to show you how to do some of these other ones, like funnel.sproutify.io, for your different calendars, different member pages, things like that. But we're just focused on the white label. So once you've done that, make sure you put that domain here. And sometimes it can take 15 minutes to 24 hours to propagate. But you'll want to update your company information. That's the key here. To any changes you make sure you save it. This white label domain, you do not need to do anything. That's if you're using specific APIs, possibly like a Zap or Zapier, but don't worry about that. We just leave that blank. Let me show you how to do this in GoDaddy. So find the domain that you want to manage, and then go up here to DNS and manage zones. They changed this recently. And then from here, we're just going to type in the domain that we want to edit. And you can see the records in here. And don't let this intimidate you. This is so simple. Just click add, and then we're going to create a CNAME. This will be app. That's it. And then app dot message sender.com, 1 hour. Click save, and boom, it's in there. So that is how you set up the domain. So one other thing, when you log into HighLevel, you're going to log in with your app.domain, your domain dot whatever it is, .com, .io. You're not going to log into app.GohighLevel.com anymore. So that's how your clients log in, and everybody logs in. One thing just to remember is when you're adding this as a service to your clients, make sure you upcharge. You know, we charge most of the time at a minimum $197 a month. Most our clients are paying $297 a month for a client account in this. So make sure you upcharge. If you're using SaaS, you can charge more for that and have custom enterprise plans. Just understand, like this review software from Podium, they charge a minimum of $99 a month, which is 75 reviews. That's all they do is reputation. And $249 is their middle of the road, and $349. So asking $297 a month is nothing when you're offering so many services that HighLevel does. So let's move on to the next module. And if you have any questions on white labeling or difficulties, let me know. Just remember to use your domain in the white label domain. Keep the API blank. I just put my domain in privacy policy, and then update your company info. Okay, we're going to walk through snapshots. So there's a link below this video to download the snapshot that we talked about. And you may have received that snapshot already and installed it. If you did, still follow along. You don't have to reinstall it because I'm going to go through some things here. So we sent you a link for that snapshot that probably looked something like this link right here. So basically you want to click, make sure you're logged into your HighLevel or your white label. So whichever you want, it doesn't matter. And so you're basically just going to click on that link. We're just going to paste it in here. And it's going to load, and we probably, I'm going to try this. I'm going to send a code to my phone, and with the two-factor authentication, let me just pause this real quick. Okay, so we loaded the snapshot in here. And if we go into our imported snapshots here, we can see that that snapshot's right here. So these are imported. Imported are where you got from somewhere else. My snapshots are your own snapshots. And then default snapshots are just what you have for defaults in the backend. So we're just focusing on the import. I am going to teach you how to create your own snapshots, because all you do, because when you create, maybe you have multiple plumbing companies and you just want to recreate that account with all those settings and funnels and everything else, and email snapshots and or emails and all those campaigns, basically you just go in and create a new snapshot, and we're just going to call this test snapshot. And then we'll select one of the accounts that we want to copy. So maybe it's plumbing 123 or whatever it is. You'll have a whole list of accounts. And then you just hit save. And then this will just take a few seconds. And boom, you've got your snapshot there. Now you can recreate that account very quickly just by update to linked accounts, or you can create a new snapshot. So that's a really fun way to scale very quickly and not have to go through the painful onboarding process of recreating. So it just basically clones that site already. So to install this agency snapshot that we gave you, you want to go to Accounts, Add Account. We're going to go to Imported Snapshots. So you're going to grab that agency snapshot. You're going to select and continue. And we're just going to add this account manually. And we're going to call it Plumbers123. That'll be the business name, but we're just going to say Jim Parr. And we're just going to put in Jim at plumbers123.com. And then we're going to put in a business name. We're going to say my 123 Easy Street. I like Easy Street. We'll put in Nashvillian. And we'll throw in the USA. Find United States here in this list. And then we're going to select Tennessee. Some of these are drop down, some of these aren't. We'll throw in a zip. We'll throw in a fictitious phone. And we don't have to put in a website. So once you're done, you're going to go up to the top right and make sure you hit save. So what this does, it creates that account. So we got Plumbers123. And it loaded everything, and we'll go into that account level and show you. So if you didn't load the snapshot in, you can load it here. You can select the imported snapshot here and hit proceed and load it that way. Or maybe you loaded the wrong snapshot and you just want to overwrite it. You can do that right there. So the next step we're going to do is we're going to find our new account, Plumbers123. We're in the Launchpad. So you're going to want to set up all this. This is your key things, what they say, the path to success. So how GohighLevel has a great white label app. It's called Lead Connector. It adapts to WordPress. Great for Android and Apple. It's got a lot of features, even more than you can imagine when they first started, and just keeps getting better and better. You want to connect your Google local listing, connect your Facebook and Instagram. This is your web chat widget, so set that up. If you're going to take payments, set your Stripe up, and then add your team members down here. So add yourself in there. That's key. So we go into the dashboard. We've got, this is your dashboard. You're just going to follow the sequence down. And we're going to skip over a couple of these because we don't have anything in here because we haven't started setting up any pipelines or anything. But there will be a generic pipeline in here. So from that snapshot, so we've got leads in, qualify. You can modify these however you want, and I'll show you how to do that. So under customers, we've got payment collected, upsell, whatever. And then under marketing, this is where your campaigns will be. So when we go into marketing, we have campaigns here. And now you've got all these campaigns in here. So we're not going to go through these, but you need to customize each one of these or change them based on your business. So appointment reminders, cancellations, no-shows, and then make sure you publish them. Like this one's in draft format. The other thing that you're going to have in here is forms. So qualification form, website opt-in form. Again, look at all these and make sure they're set up for your business and alter all the content in there to your business. One other thing that you want to go do is set up your time zones. It's super important. Under settings and under company, make sure this time zone is for your business or for your area or your client's area. If they're in Los Angeles and you're in Nashville, make sure your client time zone matches the location, their address. So that is super important when you're doing campaigns. Another cool feature here is the voicemail settings. So call and voicemail settings. You can upload an MP3 here. And basically what it does, if they call and you have your cell phone connected to your account here, so maybe it's a client, maybe it's your agency connected here, you upload a recording, this is such and such agency or plumbers 123, and it won't get your personal voicemail or their personal voicemail. It'll sound professional. A couple other things, on allow duplicates and opportunities. We don't check that. Merge Facebook contacts by name. That is a good setting to have. And a couple of these, disable contact time zone, I would not do that, but I would mark emails invalid due to hard bounce because it's going to be better for your stats. And then you could validate the phone numbers when contact is created. You don't have to do that. It just adds an extra step in there for validations. This is your new missed text callback. So basically, when it's enabled for missed call text back, it will send you or the client, depending on, like Plumbers 123. This is Plumbers 123. I saw that we just missed your call. How can I help? So it'll know when they call in, and it'll text them back. So make sure this is enabled, and you can even test it, but it'll text them back. So I'm going to shut that off because this is a test account. And you got to make sure you've got a phone number. We'll show you how to do that in just a sec in the next module. The other thing is in settings, you want to make sure you're at the agency level as a team management. But to add your employees or your business, like the contacts for this business, you're going to add them in this level here. So user info, you put in their name, phone number, email, set a password. We usually set a generic password, like password 123 for them. And then they're going to have to select their calendar, but user permissions, you can, if you don't want them to see everything, you're just letting them use certain pieces of HighLevel, shut all the other stuff off. Typically, their user role is going to be a user. And then they can set up their own email here. They can set up their own user availability and customize it, and they can configure their calendar here for Outlook or Google. So then the other thing that you're going to want to do, I'm just going to cancel this out, is the integrations. And that was very similar to what this Launchpad is. But to connect their Google account, you're going to have access to their Google account. So this is the way it looks. You're going to choose the account and allow it. But let's go back into settings. I like to use this platform here. And when you connect it, you need to get them on the phone. You're going to log in, use another account, put in their email address. It's going to give you, you're going to ask for them. It's going to send them a code. You're going to connect their Google account. You're going to connect their Facebook, or they can do it also on their own. And whatever integrations you want. Usually on Stripe, I just walk them through doing that. I don't like to have access to their Stripe. If they're using Shopify feature, they can do the same thing. They just got to remember to allow lead connector. Like when they click on this, it'll say allow all, and then it'll connect everything. So make sure you do that. So let's move on to the next module, and we'll go through the other setup, phone numbers, and those things. Hey, we're going to walk through snapshots. So you're wondering what a snapshot is. We gave you a snapshot. You've got kind of a grasp of it, but we're going to just go a little bit more in detail about this over the next few minutes here. This will be a short video. We're just going to talk and give you just the basic overview and how they can be used and what the importance of a snapshot is. So we're in an account. We're going to go back to our agency view. So we're going to switch to agency view. And we're going to look at account snapshots. So first of all, you have available snapshots in HighLevel that you can use. You can use any of these. And these are pre-made snapshots for a particular industry or service business, such as a restaurant. And you can look up, if you want to click no more, they'll give you some example Facebook ads to use, like claim a free appetizer. And then they're going to give you the details on how to set the snapshot up. So when you click on the snapshot, no more, and I'm just going to go back how we got there because I did it pretty quick. You can select and create a new account, or you can no more. So the video will give you an overall view of this. The setup guide is the Facebook ads are here, and then the setup guide is going to give you everything you need to know to set up that snapshot. Because they have the free appetizer, they have the claim, offer, nurture in here. And so if we wanted to create one off of this, we could create a new account and grab that snapshot or we could just go down here, select and create an account, and then create it manually or whatever. Let me just, and the other thing is your own snapshots. These are ones that you created. And then imported snapshots are from other people that you either purchased or got from friends or whatever that shared with you. So vertical snapshots are those templated ones. So really that's the basic overview. When you go to settings on the left here, that was in account snapshots. You can also go to settings and go to account snapshot and look at this in a different view. So my snapshots, this is where you can share these. So they got shareable links here. You can refresh the snapshot. You can push an update to linked accounts. So maybe you did an update in that snapshot. Now you want to push that information to those linked accounts that are using this snapshot. You can edit it, and of course you can delete it. So the only ones that you can share are the ones that you create. And in the next video, we're going to show you how to create those. These are imported and default snapshots. I'm not sure what the default snapshot really is. I've never used it. But let me show you one other thing, and we'll go back into account snapshots. If you want to create an account with one of these default snapshots, you can just select it, create account, like this. And maybe it's a restaurant in your area that that you want to, let's just do like BurgerFi. So if you already know that the business is in business and they've got a Google local listing, this will auto-populate their information in there. Otherwise, you can manually add the account just by going in here, and we can select Jim Parr, and then we'll do restaurant at myemail.com just to put something in, and then we'll do restaurant 123. I want to show you this because it gives you an idea of how to utilize these, and you could easily go to a business, create a quick website, and give them a sample of what that website looks like, and then let me just select this down arrow here. I'm trying to throw this stuff in real quick for you. We want a phone number, and then we're just going to leave the website out, and they've got save up here. Now if we go into this account's called, or business name is restaurant 123, and I suggest that you try these sample, do some test accounts to get to know things. But as we go in here and we look under marketing and campaigns, we got a free appetizer, claim nurture, we've got a no-show, we've got a booking request, appointment reminders. Maybe you want to set up a reservation thing, but then you go over here and you want to create a new website for them, and we go into the templates and we find restaurants, and then we say see template, and we're going to use this brewer one. And then we just agree, grab that, load that in, and we're good to go with the website. Now we can look at that website that's already finished just in a few minutes. It says that it's live, and we can preview it and see what it looks like. Maybe I was too fast in... Yep, I was too fast. I didn't let it load. So, But there it is. Great looking website. I mean, if it's a brew house or something like that, you could design a website really quick for them and show them some of the samples. And you can use this as your portfolio, you know, to show them sample work that you've done. So that gives you an idea. The next module we go into, we're going to actually teach you how to create a snapshot from this, what we just did here. So we'll go on to the next module. Okay, in the last module, we talked about snapshots and the overview of what a snapshot is, how to load it in, and we even created this website with the snapshot here. Well, what we're going to do now is we're going to teach you how to create a snapshot. So maybe you are working with restaurants and you want to mirror the snapshot with all the campaigns and the emails that you created. Maybe it's email templates or whatever you have in your snapshot. So what we're going to walk you through is how to easily clone that site, you know, that account, and create a snapshot with it. So we're going to go back into the agency view, and these two little arrows up here, probably used to that by now. And we're going to go back to our agency, and we're going to go up into account snapshots. And actually, that's not where we want to be. We want to be in settings, and then right here, account snapshot. So a little bit different view. So here's a few of them that we created. As we said before, we can share them, we can update them. You can go in and edit this snapshot, and then you can you know, make changes to that or whatever, or push those changes. So we're creating a snapshot off of restaurant 123. So we click on create snapshot, and we're going to call this our restaurant 123 snapshot. And we have to select the account that we want to use. So here's restaurant 123. I mean, we could create a snapshot off any of these. So if you want to create, you did a really good job setting up your plumbing business for a client or your business, and you want to duplicate that, you just select that business and name the snapshot. So I'm going to hit save. And this will just take a few seconds. And we're going to refresh this. And there it is, restaurant 123. Now, if we wanted to share this, maybe it's sharing it with another client or an agency, or we're going to sell the snapshot. Maybe it's a real estate snapshot. Whatever it is, we can just click on this and select the share type that we want to share it with. So get share link is just what it says. Email the share link, so you could email it to somebody or multiple people. You just put their emails on each column here, on one on the line, or get a permanent link. So permanent link would not break. It would always be something that's always going to be there, and it looks like this. So that's all there is to creating a snapshot. So any snapshots you create will always be under My Snapshots. So let's move on to the next module. Okay, we're going to talk about adding numbers to your business. So maybe you created a test account like we did before with Restaurant 123, and we don't have a phone number here. So we need to create a phone number for this particular business. Now you need to make sure you have a Twilio account and the Twilio account is active. And I believe you got to put a credit card in for that. to bill as you go. So make sure you do that. So what we need to do is under this dashboard here, we're in this account, we need to add a phone number. So we go to settings, and we're adding the phone number so that we can text and call. It says it right up here, get a phone number to start texting and calling. So if you haven't added one, you probably see this, and you can resolve it by adding a phone number. So we go into phone numbers, and we can see we have none here. So we got two things. We can add a number or add a number pool. A number pool is multiple numbers. If you're doing whatever, telemarketing or something like that. We're not doing that, but we're going to add a phone number. So we're under phone numbers, and we're going to add a phone number. And we just go in here and select add numbers. And so we need to select an area code. So let's do 213. I think that's Los Angeles. And you see that we get all these phone numbers. So we can select any of them. It doesn't matter. These are all active phone numbers. If you look through this list, you don't like what you see, hit search again. It'll refresh. Here's a nice one, 414-7001. A 7,000 would be nice. But let's just say we selected this phone number. We just go like that, hit the radio button, and hit save. And what has happened is the phone number's in our account now. So if we go to our conversations here, we'll notice that that warning issue is not up there anymore in any of these screens. So that's a good thing. So we'll go back to settings and phone numbers. And we can edit this phone number. So typically is how these are used is you want to name it. So let's just call it restaurant 123 main number. So you could have, here's where these come in handy is you might set up a phone number just for Google Ads to track the success of a Google ad campaign and then forward these calls to say your cell phone number or something. Whatever you want to do, you can forward those calls just about anywhere. Pass called number as a caller ID. So by default, the system passes the number of the caller through, but if you want caller ID to instead be the number dialed to the caller, you just enable this feature. So you just select enable if you want them to know where this call is coming from. And then enable call feature requires them to pass the key in order to connect the call and will result in higher accuracy of the call reporting. So of course I would like higher accuracy, but some of these things do cost a little bit of money. Call Whisper is a nice feature because if you're providing marketing for a particular business, you can say call from 123 agency or lead in from agency. So it'll have a whisper every time they answer, and it'll just say lead in from 123 agency, and then it won't affect the call. The person doesn't hear it. You can record these calls, but you want to, and you've heard it, this call will be recorded for quality assurance. So maybe they want to test their sales guys and listen to the call. That's a nice feature. Incoming call timeout is basically just after so many seconds, it times out and it can roll over to a voicemail. Outbound call, same deal, times out, it'll just hang up. So these are, I usually don't set these. I let that just handle on the default. but that's the way you set up the numbers, and you can pick as many numbers as you want. The cost is pretty minimal for these. So, but if you selected a phone number, or you have a phone number in your list and you don't want to use it anymore, all you do is go into delete, and basically this frees up the phone number for somebody else to use. So you confirm it, and then this is release from the Twilio sub account, and you just select release and reclaiming the number back within 10 days. So you can reclaim it within 10 days if you decide you want it. So anyways, that releases it and gives it to somebody else. So that's how you set up your numbers. You could set up individual numbers for each team member and have their own numbers. So if you wanted to do that, you could select a phone number and then basically assign that phone number to that individual and forward that to their cell phone, and create custom voicemails for each individual so it sounds professional. But that's all there is about add the numbers, and hopefully this helped. And so test that out, do that, test the number. It's a really cool feature because the minute you create a number, within seconds, that number is active. So it doesn't take 24 or 48 hours. It's active immediately. Okay, we're going to walk through calendar setup. And you have a few different options now. You can do Outlook calendars, integrate Outlook, or you could use Google calendars also. What we are using is our Google calendars just because we like them. But if you prefer Outlook, the system is very similar. So under calendars, you're going to see if you did have any calendars before that weren't assigned, they're going to say unassigned. And if you loaded a snapshot, sometimes the snapshot will have a calendar or a few calendars in it. Like this one has client retention, main booking calendar, and agency calendar. So it really depends. But one thing that you're going to want to do first is add your team members, yourself and your team, or maybe it's just yourself. So it really doesn't matter, but you need at least one person in there to assign the calendar to. So to do that, you're just going to add employees, and then go in here and add the information that you need to do. And as you see here, you can select a calendar for that individual and assign it to that particular person. So set their permissions, roles, and everything. And you can set even the calendar configuration in here if you'd like. So if you haven't added the team members in there, make sure you do that under team management. Under teams, you can set up teams, and you can have a particular team like onboarding team or closing team, and you can select the team members that you want on that team and apply to an existing calendar which got linked to this team. That would be like if you had prior calendars, but I usually keep this off when I'm setting teams. And then calendar team configuration, you can create a name for the calendar, a unique slug. So maybe we just want to copy this and put onboarding, and we'll put a description the same, and we'll just call it onboard team. And so you can assign contacts to retrospective team members each time the appointment is booked. I usually leave this off. Actually, this setting applied the change to team members to existing calendars which got linked. I leave that on. So, and then hit save. And you can see we've got that team set up now. Okay, now we want to go back into calendars. So we see we've got our onboarding team here. Now we need to add a calendar for our onboarding team. So we're going to say new calendar. And we could select one that we had over there that wasn't assigned, or we can create a new one. Now, the first thing that comes up is this is a team calendar. So you can set up individual calendars. Also, you don't have to do it in team. You just do it in calendars. But if you have two different people, I know these are the same name, it's just me and another person, maybe this top person is your closer. So you want to create a high priority and get him the lead first and then give it to the other sales guy. And we could either set up a custom meeting location, or we could connect it to Google Meets or Zoom, whatever we want. And this is just authorizing allow shared access. And it says that it's already integrated. So we've already done that. But you can also put a custom value in here. So if you've got a custom value or a Zoom link, you can just drop that link in there and for that meeting. And of course it would stay the same. If you didn't want to prioritize and you just wanted to give one lead to this person, then one lead to this person, all you do is optimize for equal distribution. So then we need to give the calendar a name. So we're just going to call it onboarding calendar. And it helps if I spell it right. And then if you want to put a description in, it's up to you. You can set a slug for this, like an event calendar slug. Otherwise, it's going to create one for you. And I'm just going to put closing behind that. And then appointment title is the contact name, and and I always put, this is a custom value, but you want to put appointment name and, agency 123 or Gym Park consultation or whatever, so that they don't get that subject line in their email as a title or their text, and it just has their name, so they're going to be confused on what it is. And then you can select a color, whatever you want the color to show up in there. That's so you can designate certain people. And then in availability, there's 3 steps here. So team event setup, availability, and confirmation. This is your duration of the meeting itself. So if it's a 10-minute meeting, a 15-minute meeting, a 30-minute meeting, you could set this to whatever you want in there. Excuse me. The slot intervals is like if it's set for 30 minutes, it'll allow them to see appointments at 9, 9:30, 10, 10:30, and so on. If it's 15-minute intervals, and maybe this is 15 minutes too, it doesn't have to match here, but then it opens up, 9:15, 9:30, 9:45, and so on. We usually set ours at 30 minutes or 1 hour. A buffer time is just how many minutes you want between meetings to regroup, regather, or maybe you just do back-to-back-to-back meetings. Appointment slots, per slot. If you're doing group coaching, you could put more than one person in here that can book in that time frame. So maybe it's a webinar that you're doing for these, and it doesn't matter. Maybe it's 100 people. Well, you can put appointment slots 100. And then the number of appointments per day is just basically the number of appointments that you want to permit per day on this calendar. So Maybe you don't want to do more than 6 appointments per day or 10 appointments per day. So that's how you do that. Scheduling notice is you can set this out like to 2 days so that basically it looks like your calendar's full for the next 2 days, and the earliest they can book with you is in 2 days. Or you could set this for 4 hours, 1 week, whatever. I don't recommend 1 month because nobody's going to book with you. And I don't recommend 1 week because I see people do that kind of stuff and they regret it in the long run. So minimum scheduling notice, that's what that is. Date range is just basically the events can be scheduled over the next particular days. So maybe it's just you're only opening this up for the next 7 days. Now in this, maybe you office hours, maybe you only do these calls on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 8 a.m. to, let's just say, you take a lunch break. And so we've got it at noon, 8 to noon. And then you want to add from, let's just say, come back from lunch, late lunch. And let's change this. Oh, that's right. I had that right. And then 3 to 5. So if you want to apply this to all of them, just put apply all. And bam, there it is. Or you can even add an additional day in there. Take that out, and you just click Save and Continue. Now, custom forms, you can create qualification forms. You can create website opt-in forms, whatever. So maybe it's they set up a calendar time, and then they have to have a qualification form after that. Maybe it's questions. Some people put them before, some people put them after. But if you're going to do it before, you're going to have to build a funnel. If you want to do it after, you can just select that form. I just leave this at the default custom form. Sticky contact, I don't do that. It's just an autofill contact with previously entered information, so they don't have to enter their information twice. It's not a bad thing to do. Let the calendar auto-confirm. Basically, we let it auto-confirm, and then if it doesn't meet our schedule, we'll reschedule it. Or you can shut this off by checking the box, and then you confirm the appointment before and make sure it's good before you confirm it. So, and you would do that over in scheduling under appointments, and you would see those come in that you need to confirm them. The problem when you don't auto-confirm and I see, people forget to look at this and confirm the appointment. So I leave this on. Send appointment alerts, emails to assigned team member, absolutely. We just want to make sure you get those alerts. Allow rescheduling, we do. Allow cancellation. Sometimes we shut this off. This is a new one. Allow Google Calendars to send invite or update emails to attendees. We leave this off because we want it to come through our calendar. These are just additional notes that you can change, and it's just basically sits at the bottom of the email. If they need to make changes, reschedule, it gives them a link here automatically to reschedule. Pixels is just a Facebook pixel that you can put in if you've got one for your particular business, and it monitors, the activity and shows the type of people going in. So if you run Facebook ads, you can do a lookalike audience down the road off of that. Custom code is just exactly what it is. If you want the email, you want to add HTML, JavaScript, but not CSS. That's what you would do there. We don't do that. We like plain text emails. And then, of course, once they submit the calendar, thank you for the appointment request, we will contact you shortly to confirm your request. I typically take that out because we don't need that in there. But if you set up a workflow, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and how you can confirm these and send them reminders you could have that in there. Please call our office, and the contact method would be custom value to grab your phone number for your business. And then you just hit complete, and then basically if we just want to look at this calendar, we have it now. We can see it here, and we can see when it's last updated. The team members, there's 2 team members in there. And then looking at this, this is the way the calendar looks. So you see Monday, Wednesday, Friday. They can book, hit continue. They can put in their information, any additional notes, and hit schedule meeting. And boom, they can add it to their calendar, add it to their Outlook, whatever they want to do. And I'm not going to click on this right now, but if we go back into scheduling now and we go under appointments, we'll see that appointment right there that just came through. So, and it is confirmed. This is what I was talking about. But if you need to cancel or reschedule or delete, you just do this in the drop down right there. So really that's all there is to it in the calendars. One thing I want to show you also under settings and under your individual team members, they can also set up their calendars here. And I don't recommend it because I would rather set up a calendar somewhere else. But under here, user availability, you can set your user availability, set a custom Zoom link. Right here, set your times, use calendar configuration so you can match it if you want. But I usually leave these alone and let this calendars in here do everything under team management and under your teams. So that's really the way to do it. And if you want to get sophisticated with building a funnel, this one already has one in here, but you can do a calendar booking page that looks like this. And some of the snapshots, I think the snapshot we provided has a calendar booking in here, and we'll let this load. But as we edit it and go in here, we can actually look at the calendar in here. And if we just grab or select this area here and scroll down on the left here, we can select the onboarding calendar that we just created, and it would look like this. So Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and then you can put your logo up here. So if you want to add a section, full width, and then add your logo in here, maybe it's just one column, and then add an image in here, and then you can go down on the left here, select an image. They have assets in here now that is really, really cool. So all media, Unsplash, let's just try logo and see what happens. So maybe it's this right here that we decide that we're going to put in, and then we can shrink this down. So we could say height 150, and then you've got a logo in there. So that's the cool thing about HighLevel. They've got Unsplash, Pixabay images that you can use into your deal now. So, and that's that. You want to make sure you save that up here. And then this is the way it looks in the mobile. So it looks super, super nice. That's one thing about this. It's very mobile friendly. And then you can edit your thank you page. And you can set up these funnels however you want. But same deal, go in here, edit. This page, it doesn't look like it has a logo up here. So we could do the same thing. Go in here. We'll select all, and we'll just put logo, and this was the one that we grabbed before. You got to double click on it. You could say join your Facebook group or thank you and we'll talk to you soon, whatever. You can just edit this just like Word, you know. So it's super, super simple, super, super user friendly. And then when you want to share your calendar, just basically click this to preview. Make sure you're on Book Now because you don't want to send them to the thank you page. Book Now, and then just grab this URL up here in the top. Or your best bet is go to settings and then create a URL in here. So you've got your own custom URL. So when you send this to somebody, it looks decent and has a good custom URL. So it can be a nice branding page. It doesn't need to be just the calendar. It can instruct them what to do. So that's calendars. And if you do have any questions on this, we're always available. So let's head on to the next module. Hey, we're going to walk through setting up your chat widgets for your website. That's important. If you look at this website down in this corner here, we've got this nice little chat widget. And we'll be talking a little bit later how you automate this and get this message to come to you. Right now, we're just going to walk through how do you set this up, how do you put your custom image in, your custom colors, and go from there. So from your agency dashboard, go to the account that you want to edit. So we're just going to click on this one. We'll just switch into this account. And so we're in this account and we're going to go to go into our settings, and under here you can either go into settings under I guess it's not there anymore. So right on the left hand side, just go to chat widget. That's the easiest. There used to be under settings, you could go there too. So to turn this on and off, you just enable it. So make sure it's on. To edit this part of the message, it's just like Word. If you can type, you can edit this. So you can say text us here and we'll get right back to you. Something like that. Have a question, interested in a website, need a quote, need a free estimate, whatever the intro message you want to pop up. That's what's going to be showing in this little thing. When this page is loaded, you'll see this pops up here, and being I already clicked on it, it's just says have a question. But it will show like this with an image. To edit this image, just click on it and just drop whatever image you want in there. So I'm just going to grab this picture here, drop that in, boom, there it is. It's showing already. Enable custom greetings. So this is welcome back. So this will know if somebody's been on your site, and it'll know their name if they've been on the site before and they have a profile set up. So you can set that up or you can just shut that off. I'd leave it on. It looks really good. To change the colors, so when this box opens up like we saw over here, this is changing the inside of this. So it doesn't show our image here yet, but we know that we did change it. Have a question, let us know. Enter your question below. You can edit any of this just by typing in. You can add an email field if you want an email field in here. I don't recommend it if you're saying text, but if you want an email field in there to send a quote, you can turn that on by submitting and agreeing. This is this little area right here above the send. And to change the colors, of the header and the button is easy as going in here and just changing whatever colors you want. And then you just want to make sure you say done. And then if you want to powered by HighLevel or whatever, if you don't want that to show or you want to put a different name and URL in there, you can do that right here, the name and URL. Otherwise, you can just shut it off. We're going to leave that on. And then after they leave a message, it will know their phone and email ID, one or the other, or both. And then it'll say, thank you, one of our agents, one of our reps, one of our whatever. You can customize all this. So the next thing you want to do is hit save down in the bottom right. And if you're going to embed this into a website for WordPress, you just go in and you're going to have to download this lead connector app and into your WordPress, and then you can connect the website after that. So in the back end of this website, we see our lead connector app right here, that the plugin that we put in. And we're just going to click on it. And you want to make sure your API key matches. So you need to enter the API key from the settings in your company page. So where that would be is we save this and we're going to go under settings and we're going to go under company. So you want to copy this API key right here. So we can just copy that. And I'm actually going to do that on one of my accounts. So we're going to paste that in. We're going to hit save. And then we're going to hit enable, pull, and save. So one other thing it shows here is funnels. You can connect funnels into your WordPress. So you can hit add new and connect any funnel that you've got in your HighLevel into your WordPress site. So if we go to this site, we should be able to see, if I've got it enabled, it should be on. And as you can see here, boom, it's right there. You can send a message. We've got the colors green like that website here. So that's WordPress. If you want to incorporate this into a HighLevel site, so you built your website in HighLevel and you want to incorporate it into that website, go into your websites. Under the left dashboard here, we'll just pick this one here. Go into settings. Under that website, enable chat widget, hit save. And now if we go to this page and load it, it should have a picture of me. There it is. And it's the same color, email, phone number, boom, it's all there. So there you go on the chat widget. And we'll teach you in automation later in the next chapter. We're going to talk about how to automate this, how to send this, and get a message directly to you. So that's it. Hey, this is where everything gets fun, and we're going to talk about custom fields and custom values, and what's the difference between the fields and the values. So the first thing we've got to do is go into an account in not your agency settings, but your account settings, and go into settings and go into custom fields. And this will bring you to whatever custom fields are already there. And also you can add custom fields. So what's the difference between a custom field and a custom value? So what is a custom field? A custom field is anything that is basically connected to one of your contacts. So a good example would be like the name, the phone number, their Facebook URL, their, as you can see here, their website URL, anything that is associated with that contact information is considered a custom field. If we looked at this form here, whatever we put in there is, to get that information is from a custom field. So another thing in the future we'll do in another lesson is in our advanced automation course is we'll talk about how a Zap can grab that information in a custom field. So that's really how we speak to another software, another application, is through a custom field. So those are custom fields. Okay, to add a custom field, let's talk about that first. Most of the time we use text, and because when you use like a phone here, and I'll show you in a minute, sometimes if it doesn't meet those criterias of a 1 plus the area code, it'll come up as an invalid. So text works better just for about everything, and you can see that that's pretty much all we use. So we can add any custom field that we want to integrate into the platform to capture when we're creating a contact form, whatever it is. So all you do is, and you can do file upload, maybe it's something that they have to upload a certain document or whatever. You can even do signatures. So a signature field with the name of the field here. But let's go into text. So basically this is the name of the field. And just to make note here, it can be created according to the name, but it cannot be changed later. So this field name cannot be changed. The placeholder is just basically so they can see what they need to put in. And then the type is, we just leave it contact. So you can see here, contact.website, because it's connected to the contact. So whatever your client or contact is in the platform. So one other thing in the custom fields is just to describe these. Text, as we said, we just went through. Large text would be like a title. Numeric is going to be something that's that you're requesting that is just numbers. Phone number, that's self-explanatory. Monetary is just what it says. Checkbox would be like they check something. You give a question, they checkbox whatever their answer is. Single options, usually drop down, multiple options where they can select more than one. A radio button is what it is, so it can be a question. These are very similar. It's just the looks of it. A date is, they can select a date, add that in. Text box lists, so that it might be a list of things. They can upload a file. And then, of course, this is like an eDoc signature request. So most of the time, these are going to be in forms or like a client intake form or a survey. So that's really all you need to know about that. But just worry about text mostly. This placeholder is optional. We really don't use it all the time, but it gives the person an idea what to put in. But if the field name is full name, they're going to know that they need to put their full name in there. So that's custom fields. So let's move to custom values. Okay, custom values is over here to the right, just on the other side of Facebook fields. Custom values are on the account level. So as you can see here, a Zoom link. If we just want, we've got a Zoom link that we always use. We just enter this custom value, like location of the meeting is at custom value Zoom link, and it will automatically put that Zoom link in. So we can do that, set up an email template, put custom value Zoom link for the location, And all we got to do is go in back in our settings and just create that new Zoom link, and it'll grab that. So a good example, is just typing in Zoom link, and it'll automatically create that. So we've got email to send leads from. So that might be a from email, email to send leads to. So that would be the email of the contacts, like in a particular list. So we don't always have to type it in. We can just grab that custom lead to create a value. You just go in here, and maybe it's test what's Google Meets, because you could do that in there. And then you're just going to create that value. So the value would be whatever that link is. So let me show you a better example. Let's go ahead and set up one custom value. So maybe we want a custom value for agency 123 for their booking calendar. And so we go into settings. We're going to go into calendars. So it's the agency calendars. So we're going to grab this particular link here. I'm just going to close this out and make sure it's set up. So we're going to go in. I'm going to open this in another window so I can grab this link here. So this is our agency booking calendar. So then we go back into custom values, and we create a new value called agency calendar. So whenever we want to, and then we just drop that link in there and we hit save, and it will automatically right at the top here. So it's got the value here, and it's got the custom value that we would put in, to book a call, click here or something, and it would automatically click and link to here. So you only have to go in one area to set this. So when you're ready to set your Zoom link, just grab your Zoom link, hit the pencil, and drop the Zoom link in for a value there, and then you can drop that in. Let me just show you an example of this real quick. So we're in one of our workflows here, and if we click on this and go into the workflow and go into the confirmation email, you'll see that we have a custom value here. So, hey, so-and-so. But let me just say, if you don't have their first name in all those people and you're sending them an email, it's not going to put anything in there. So make sure you always put their first name in when you're adding a contact. But these are custom values. Appointment start time, so that's a calendar. Appointment user first name, so it automatically to speak with Jim Parr, we have our Zoom link in here, but we could technically just create this link as a custom value, copy, and I'm just going to go back and we're going to show you how to create this in real time. So we go down to custom values. We find our Zoom link. Here's a Zoom link here. We're going to edit this Zoom link because we don't want that one. And we drop that in. We hit save. And then all we have to do whenever we edit the Zoom link is come in here, and then in that workflow, we just go in, go back to that workflow, the confirmation email, and instead of having the actual Zoom link in here, we can just go ahead, please use meeting ID, and we've got the Zoom link in here, and it'll automatically put the link in there, and we just save that action and save, and we've already set that up. And we could do the same with this one here. So we just want to make sure that 893 is the Zoom link that we have set for everything in that custom value. So 893, that's what it is. So you can see the custom values actually in a working account here. So send email leads to, send email leads from. So we've got that already set there. Let me show you another way to use these custom values. Anytime you see like a little price tag, that is basically a custom value. So if we go into campaigns and we just grab, let's just go into, let's go into this one and just go in here. Let's see if we can. So if we add an event here, you can see, let's just edit this so we can look into it. We have, hey, and we've got the variable. That's what these are called, variables. And then we can say, thanks. And then we can add a custom value. Now, contact is the client or who you're contacting. And then the account is you. So if we put account name, thanks, and then this account name is, the location name is called Par Media Group, it'll automatically drop Par Media Group in because it knows that that's the value. I'm just going to go out of this. I'm not going to save it, but let's go back into custom values. And that was under, I believe it was under location or company name. So we would want to use custom value company name. And so that's how you use these. It's easy to scale very fast and very quickly when you're using custom values, because this is really where you're going to be able to create your fast things to go really fast and just automate things a lot quicker by not having to type anything in and just use the drop down for those custom values. Another way is in your workflows or even in your emails. Let's just go to an email here. You can drop custom values, and you can see right here we have copyright, right now, year, location, all rights reserved. And if we go in here, maybe this email is not, we don't need location, we need company name. And that was under right here. But that's going to be the name of their company. So we definitely have to switch that back. So it's going to be at the account level and the name. So just like that. And then put a period behind there or whatever. So we don't have to type that in. It just automatically gets that. We've got the location email here. And that's how you use custom values. So hopefully that helps you. Okay, so let's talk about automation. And that's the important thing when you're promoting HighLevel is the automation. Because what you're doing is basically bringing in a lead. And let's just say we brought in a lead, we collected a payment. Maybe you collected a payment for an HVAC company. At that point, you want to send a review request for a Google review. And it goes through these opportunities. So it shifts from one to the other to the other. So if you collected a payment, you're going to onboard a client. In this case, onboarding in progress. Maybe it's building a website. You do a 7-day check-in, a 30-day check-in, and maybe an upsell to some SEO. So this is what automation is. And what does automation consist of? So automation consists of creating a pipeline, which is under settings. So that's what we just looked at, is a pipeline. and we were looking at, I believe it was this pipeline under opportunities. So payment collected, waiting onboarding form, onboard in progress, 30-day upsell. And if you just want to add to this or whatever, you can add to that. And so the pipelines or the automation can be all in what you want it to be. So, different stages. You can move this upsell, up just by going up and down. And so that's what it looks like. So you can create as many pipelines as you need to for your business. Lay your business out in basically a chart. So looking at this, I'll take like PowerPoint and create these boxes. And this is for like targeting spas. And so we have a lead source that comes in, and it's got a bulk action of, came through a form, a Facebook form. It goes down to an opt-in. They either said yes or no. If they said yes, ask if they want to try secret, send them an offer and a video. If they said no, then we're going to keep going after them and try to get them to sign up for an experience pack, send another package. So these are how you create automation. Another software that we use other than PowerPoint, but this is payable, is called Guru. So we can build different funnels so that we can see how they operate, and we can even simulate these. If we have like a dollar amount in here, we can simulate what it would be like in a revenue simulation for traffic cost and different things like that. So those are things that are very helpful when it comes to the automation piece. So automation is pipelines, which create opportunities. And then there also is campaigns that trigger different automation. And then we have triggers. And then the one thing is, in the new system, if we go to the new dashboard and we'll just switch over to the new sidebar, under automation here on the left, we have workflows, campaigns, and triggers. So everything is already in here. The cool thing about workflows is we don't have to build a separate trigger, because we can actually build them into these campaigns under the workflows. And I just clicked off of that, which I didn't want to do here. But you can build those by creating a workflow. And then all your triggers are put into there. And in a few modules here, we're going to talk about how to create those workflows. In the next segment here, we're going to go through those campaigns and triggers. And if some of you were using HighLevel before, you know that you had to build separate triggers and separate campaigns and then go back and forth and connect those. And it was a real pain, but HighLevel knew that. And so that's why we've got this handy dandy workflow builder. So that's the review of the automation and how things get automated. So as we look at this, really the two things that are going to create your automation is, or the three things, is really just workflows and your campaigns. And so you've got to have some email templates built out, so that you can, and we go under templates and add an email template, and we're going to show you that coming up here. Okay, this module is really for those that were using HighLevel and they were using the old style triggers and campaigns. So let's just take a look at it. We're going to go into one of our sample accounts here, and we're going to look at the way we used to do things. So we used to build triggers, in the back end here. So we'd have our triggers, and we didn't have workflows. So we had triggers and we had campaigns. So basically, if you needed to move the campaign and the trigger into a workflow, that's what we're going to talk about. So if you had some old ones, or you had an old snapshot or whatever, you can move these into basically a workflow. So let's look at up to par agency appointment reminders, and we're going to build this into a workflow. It's super simple. You go into workflows, make sure you're in that account. You're going to create a workflow, and we're going to look for up to par agency snapshot, which was basically, it was under this appointment reminders. So we're going to go in here, we're going to select that, and it's going to automatically build this out, appointment reminder. So we're going to say close. It's asking you a few disclaimers. Please read carefully each step, understand that you have to set up the campaigns. So basically, it grabbed everything from that appointment reminder in that workflow, and all we need to do is select appointments, so it runs on all appointments, and we can add a filter here. So appointment status is changed to confirmed, and we could even say, you know, if we wanted to, well, we'll just leave it at that, but we could add in calendar, but we already know that it's in calendar because it already confirmed that. So we would just hit save trigger, and then from there we can edit this information that's in here. And these are all SMS. So it sends a text, it waits 1 minute, it sends another one, and you can set those waits to whatever you want, 23 hours. So, and then it probably goes another wait step and sends 15 minutes out before the appointment. So that's the way that you move these into a workflow. So if you got old triggers, old campaigns, obviously this content right here was the campaign. So if we go into that appointment reminder for demos under marketing and campaigns, it was right here, 2A appointment reminders for demos. And you can see the text, the wait, 1 minute here, how that used to be. Actually, there was an email in there. I missed that. A text, you know, 15 minutes before, 120 minutes before. So that's the way we used to do things. But so if you've got any old triggers and old campaigns and you want to move those into a workflow, that is basically how you do it and bring those in. So that's okay. We're going to talk about the most important workflows. Workflows obviously are the most important part of automation. So let's just go back to your agency. We're in the agency dashboard. You hit the two little arrows up here, and we're going to go back into an account. So let's go into our agency 123 snapshot, and we're going to go into workflows on the left here. And if I'm going too fast, just slow me down. So let's look at this a little bit. There is, if we create a workflow here, a new workflow, there's a few things that are already pre-populated in here. And this list keeps getting bigger and bigger as more and more things become popular. So in my eyes, the number one most priority one, or most important, I should say, is connecting this widget into your website and creating a workflow from that. So that to me is number one, because that creates basically a floatable call to action, because no matter where I go, that is going to be there. Okay? So to me, that's the most popular. You can also pick your campaigns as we showed you earlier. So that one, the chat widget, is already in here, and we're going to walk through on how to set that up. I actually don't see it in here for some reason, but I'll show you how to do that. The second most important one is appointment confirmation reminder survey review request. So this is a new one. It used to just be appointment reminder, and they call them recipes. So basically it's like already created for you. So their recipe is a template. So an appointment confirmation basically confirms the appointment, lets the individual know that they booked an appointment with you. It reminds them 24 hours and 1 hour before the appointment that they've got this appointment with you, and it will schedule those automatically, and it'll send them an email letting them know, or text, whatever you want to do. The survey is basically if you need to add some additional stuff in there, and then a review request they've added in to send a review request after that. So there's another way to do that too here. Appointment booking, detect intent, customer reply to send a booking link, and create a manual SMS to help them make a decision. So I don't use that one. But one other one that I like is the Google My Business message. Basically, it notifies a user and auto-responds to Google through Google Business Messaging. So there's a new chat widget that you can see when you're using your phone, and it's basically like a chat widget when you have those links on your phone, and it looks like this. So here's HighLevel, and let's just say this: I don't know anybody else offering this service right now. So this in itself could be worth a couple $100, $200 or $300 a month, just to add this and add this service into a business. That's the way I look at it. So not only can they call, they can chat immediately and get a connection right away. They can get directions and a website. So also there's something called Google Reserve, but that's not what we're talking about right now. So I feel like that's important. Google local listings, when you can get a client up on the first page of Google with their local listing and have a chat widget for somebody on a phone, that is a huge deal. And then I would say a couple of these is the auto miss text callback. So that's if somebody calls you, it will automatically, especially through Google, it will automatically text them back and give them a notification that will get back to you ASAP. And because a lot of people, what they're going to do, if they don't get a message from you, they're going to be like, okay, they're just going to move on to the next, plumber, electrician, whatever, agency. And then the last couple, I would say send review request is a great one. Here's your appointment confirmation. It was just a normal one with the reminder, and Facebook Messenger. So those are some of the ones that I like. This Fast 5 is a newer one that just came in. The odds of closing a lead dramatically after 5 minutes. So it boom, 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 hits them with 5 things just right away. Hey, we saw your message. Boom, 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 boom. So we're going to show you in the next couple modules here how to set up an appointment reminder and how to set up your Google chat widget, or I should say this chat widget notification, so that you get an alert from that right away. So let's move on. Okay, we're going to walk through workflow appointment reminders. So one thing to remember is we're in our account. We're going to go into workflows. And we want to set up an appointment reminder for anybody that schedules an appointment in a calendar, and we need to make sure we have that calendar set up. So if somebody sets up an appointment under the agency calendar, we need to make sure that we send them a reminder right away, confirmation, and then a 24-hour reminder and a 1-hour reminder. And we're going to do those via email or text, whatever, and we'll talk about that. So one thing to remember to get these set up, if you're going to send text, make sure you've got a Twilio number set up in here. Right now we don't in this particular one. And then the other thing is you can create a custom value if the meeting is a Zoom. Go into your custom values and create a Zoom link. So let's just say that we have a Zoom. We're going to have a custom value here, but we'll put in our Zoom link here. So maybe it's https zoomlink.com, whatever it is. You're going to copy and paste that link in there. And what I always say is set up a Zoom link that's on a recurring basis every day. So if you do strategy calls, it doesn't matter if it's at noon or 1 o'clock or 5 o'clock, that Zoom link. If it's set for every day, you can use it every single day. So you save that, you add that value in there. So it's obviously not going to look like this, but then each time you want to add that to the email, you just do custom value Zoom link. So we're going to go ahead and then take this. And so we've got that. We've got our calendar that we know we're going to use, the agency calendar. And we're going to go into our workflows. So we'll go into workflows. We're going to create a new workflow. And we're going to go down here and we're going to do appointment confirmation reminder. Click on it and then create new workflow. So here it is. If you want to edit this, like, just click in there and put agency name or business name or whatever you want to put in there. And always hit save over here to save what you're doing. And I'm going to point this out right away. This is in draft form. So in order for this to work, it has to be published. I always say test the workflow. So first things first is the action. Now this is where the triggers, like we used to do campaigns and triggers. These are the campaigns. This is the trigger. So it's all in one space here now. And you can visually see it. It's so cool. You can do retention campaigns, 30-day email campaigns with this, whatever you want to do. So we click on appointment. And of course, this is an appointment reminder. The status is confirmed. And then we want to in calendar, and we want to select agency calendar, remember? So it was confirmed and it's in the agency calendar. We always leave this CRM. If you're using Facebook, you can do that way. But it's appointment, add a filter, in calendar, or you can do it either way. Let's do it in calendar. Now I'm going to do it appointment status confirmed. And actually, I should reverse these, but it doesn't matter. And then we're going to save that trigger. So I'm going to flip these around just because I don't like that. So appointment status confirmed. Yeah, we'll just leave that like that. It should work that way. So, and then in the confirmation email, this is from, Jim Parr, and then your email, like your email at gmail.com or whatever it is. Appointment confirmation. You could either build these out in a template and just select which template you want to send out. So it might be called an appointment confirmation email template. But this is appointment with Jim Parr. And so you could do your appointment, and then if you want to put a tag in here of their name, first name like that, and then however you want it to look. So it'll automatically grab their name. And then as we go down here, we can put in, hey, first name, Jim. Appointment has been confirmed. It'll automatically grab the status and time. You're going to speak with Jim Parr or whatever. If this time does not work, let me know. And then this is where you can put that custom value in for your Zoom link. So instead of having to each time edit the email, you just go in here and add a custom field. So we'll go to custom value, Zoom link, and it'll automatically grab that Zoom link. So then you can say thanks, put your name in there. This is so they can cancel and reschedule or add to their Google Calendar or whatever. So we save that. Now the wait time, we want to wait 24 hours before the appointment and send a reminder email. So again, it's going to go out, boom, boom, boom. Meeting is in 24 hours with Jim. So we go in here, a reminder 1 hour. We always say do this in a text if you got that information, but you can email them again 1 hour. Hey, your appointment's starting. Again, we can put in that custom field or custom value, our Zoom link. So, and then we put save action. So now we need to save it. And then we need to publish this and hit save again. Now to test this workflow, just hit test workflow. We'll just grab a email here and we're going to run a test. So now we can see the history of this. So right now it added Jim Parr, added to workflow, and it's going through executed on the date, which would be today, and the status is so that 1 hour before the appointment. So it obviously finished and sent it out right away, but we could go in and actually force this by just doing a test in the schedule. So we could go back into settings and go into calendars and go into the agency calendar and schedule an appointment, select the date. We've got just some different questions in here, and then hit submit and then skip, and it should show now when we go into scheduling under appointments. It shows confirmed right here, and if we click on it, we can see the activity that's going on with this. They visited the page on the 16th. Here's appointment booked on the 20th, which is today. Contact created. and hey, your appointment reminder has been confirmed. And it's got a Zoom link because that's our Zoom link that we used as an example, but it sent the email and it has all been confirmed. So now if we check our emails, it says your email at gmail.com. That's where it's from. Appointment Jim with Jim Parr. Appointment confirmed for you to speak with. And it obviously didn't have my name there on the account. But there you go. There's an example of what it does. This little icon just is in your media images. But you can put your own signature in there. So that is it. That's how you do an appointment reminder. Okay, so we're going to build a chat widget workflow. So basically, if somebody responds in your little widget that we talked about in your WordPress site or your high-level site, we get a notification. Obviously, you want to respond right back to them. And this is very similar to setting up like this chat here. So it's very similar. There's response, very similar. So we're in our new dashboard. So I'm using the new dashboard. So you click on automation. Obviously, workflow is going to be the first thing that comes up because it is the number one thing in automation. That's what automates things. So we're going to create a workflow, and we're going to do this from scratch because there's nothing to start with here. There's Google My Business Message. You could start with that, but that's not what we want. So we're going to create a new workflow from scratch, and we're just going to call this business chat. We'll call it website chat widget. We're going to save our work. Remember, we got to publish this before it goes live. So here we want to, it's going to be chat widget reply. And we'll leave that CRM. And on this, we want, it should be customer replied. So there it is. And then we want to add a filter. And it's going to be reply channel. And we want to select chat widget. So we've got options in here. You can see this is similar to setting up Facebook Messenger. Setting up reply channel is going to be for all these. Instagram, somebody responds, Instagram message, email, whatever it is. So we're going to select chat widget and we're going to hit save. So we'll go down here and hit save, save trigger. And then we need to add our first action. So you can either select here. We're going to send, being they're coming in here and we're collecting primarily their mobile phone number, we want to send them a text. And we want to just say, hey, so-and-so. I think we grab their first name in this or their full name. So it looks like it's their first or their full name possibly, but we'll just put, hey, it's agency 123. We just received your message and we'll get right back. Whatever you want to say. And personalize it. I always like doing that. And then remember it's a text, so you don't really want to put in a signature. We're going to hit save. You can test this, so you can send it to, but you got to make sure your Twilio account's set up. And really, that's all you want to do in the chat widget. Just to let them know that, hey, we got your message. We're going to get right back to you ASAP. So you want to let them know. And then you can simply hit publish here and save. And this is live. So we could test this workflow just by adding a contact that we've got, obviously a cell phone number, because we have this set up as an SMS. So you could do that and do that with an email and a text, but I would just hit them with one message real quick. You could even do a wait period so it doesn't look like it's automated. And you could just say, add a wait in here and go down, add a wait, and just wait 3 minutes. So it seems like it's really the deal. So it'll wait 3 minutes before it sends them the text. So that's how you set up your business website chat widget. Let me add one more thing to this, because as this comes in, that sends them a message, but you want to send yourself a message. So you want an internal notification that says, so we've got, where is it? So we need to notify ourselves, and it should be called internal. And if that's not covering up, send internal notification. And the type, so we'll do a text, and we'll just call this, because this is going to go to your cell phone. So lead in from website chat widget. And then we could put name. And obviously it's going to capture their name. So under contact, full name. And if you're collecting the email, you could also put that in there. But we're just going to do it like that. Call right away. So that's how you do that, and you want those set up. So boom, oh, and we got to select users. So in this particular case, I'm just going to select all users, but if you got 5 people, they're all going to get notified. But obviously you just want this to go to one particular person that's going to respond to that right away. So lead in, website, name, chat widget, call right away. Boom. So hit save, and there you go. So thanks for watching this academy and getting through it. I hope that it helped you tremendously. We'll be updating these videos as we go. As things change, we'll be adding different things to it. Some of the basic things, as you saw in this video, there's things changing as we put together this academy. But we do have an advanced automation program that we're releasing, and obviously it's going to go in depth, really in depth into the automation and really how to scale your business or your agency to a whole new level to reach those 7 figures and even those 8 figures in your business. And what it's going to include is automation and payment collections, building those funnels, with all the automation in it, really getting your sequences, your email campaigns, your retention campaigns. We're going to go through how to set up a automated contract or an agreement that pulls all your information into like a DocuSign document so that it can be signed, and through a one-step onboarding process. We're going to teach you how to send out thank you cards that look handwritten to your clients. When they become a new client, it'll automatically send out that automated handwritten card to them, so it adds a personal touch. There is so much more to this. We're going to teach you how to bring on VAs, how to interview VAs, how to process that information to your teams or your VA teams, and communicate with them effectively so that it becomes a system. If you do not have a system in place, you cannot scale. And so that's what this new advanced automation class is really going to give you. It's going to be a higher priced, but if you leave your information below or email me, I'll get you that information, but I need to know that you're interested in that. It's probably going to be in that $1,500 to $2,000 one-time fee. And so just to let you know ahead of time before you are interested, but if you're interested, obviously a couple $1,000 to scale your business to 7 figures is well worth it. So leave that info, get a hold of me, appreciate it, and we'll be adding to this academy because things change often. So we'll be updating things to this academy, the master class, and as we get new things, we'll be adding new things to it. So appreciate you guys, and if you need any help, you know I'm always here to help you. Thanks. Hey, Jim Parr here, and we're into week 4 advanced selling and closing strategies. So what we're going to go in here and do is really dive into the techniques of closing a sale, and that's closing a high ticket. So once they've gone through the entire funnel diagram, which you know what that looks like now, they get down to a point where they're into the sales call, and then you're using the reverse script. The reason we go into this is because this piece is so important. But understand that you've played a big role on the golf ball analogy. We've gotten the golf ball really close to the hole. If you did everything properly, then the golf ball should be on the green, within distance of putting it in. Now, if you're having troubles closing the deal, it's typically that you didn't provide enough information or they don't believe in what you're offering. So then we need to tweak that. So you need to reach out to myself, and we need to figure out what's going on there to get them into a closed deal. When I follow these strategies, I'm very successful. I've got a high percentage of closes. And it's not because I'm giving them false information. I want you to be authentic in what you provide. Don't be scammy. Don't be, salesy or anything like that. Be real with these people because you want to connect with them on an emotional level versus trying to do a pressured sales. When somebody's trying to be pressured into a sale, you're going to create resistance. So I've got this broken down into 3 modules, and so we're going to break down and look at these 3 modules, but first we're going to dive into module 1, make them believe, because that's the big thing here is getting them to believe in what you have. The one thing to remember is that your marketing should be doing the heavy lifting. That's what gets the golf ball onto the green. And they need to believe in your marketing materials. They need to believe what you're offering to them. They need to believe, you don't want to get somebody on a call that's cold, that has no idea what your product is or what you're providing, and try to close them on a high ticket sale, because it's just not going to happen. That's why we need to make sure the steps in the funnel as we built this out, because this is all marketing right in here. This is an entire area of marketing. We're down to this one piece. So they've already gone through the squeeze page, the power content training, and at least we hope that they went through all that. They did a schedule, they did an application or a survey, whatever you want to call it. They've been to the shock and awe page. They've gotten a few emails with some testimonials. And now we're down here. So they need to believe what you're providing. That's the key thing here, is to make sure you're providing enough belief. A lot of this, what we're going through, was taken from the 5 pillars exercise of one of my mentors. And so we break it down to exactly the process and what you really need to do to get to that close. So let's look at fact versus emotion-based selling, because this is where it really breaks down how people make those decisions. And it was a Harvard Business School professor that says 95% of our decisions are actually made unconsciously. So when we are making a decision, we're not making a decision on the facts or the information being crammed down us. Usually is what people try to do is when they try to sell, is they try to give more information and just keep cramming facts and more stuff and more stuff and more stuff. The fact of the matter is that 95% of our decisions, when we purchase something, are made on an unconscious state of mind. These decisions are made unconsciously, but they're really driven by emotions. It's that emotional feeling that, that feeling that you get that really drives that sale. It's not facts. It's not more information. Actually, to be honest, is if you're driving facts and driving this and driving this, more information and more complex, analogies about what you're trying to sell, you're going to kill the sale. It's what they call analysis paralysis, and it will kill the sale. You must appeal to the emotional side for the fact that if you have a complex product or service that you're selling and you're trying to explain it through a call, the confusion is going to be so overwhelming that you're not going to get the sale. But if you do some story selling and compare it to this individual, was in that same situation and he got to this level, then they understand, because now it's on an emotional side. It's not on the information side. So this is really the power piece here. 6 ways to appeal to the emotional side. Remember, 95% of our decisions are unconscious, and they're not from information. Many of people get off the phone and say, wow, I gave them all the facts. I told them everything about this program and more, but they didn't decide to buy it. And what happens is it's information overload, as we said. But here is 6 ways that to appeal to the emotional side. And these are really ways to get in and understand what's going on and what they need. Because remember, the point A's to point B's, you have a pain and you want to give them a solution to get them to that win. So let's look at these 6 ways: greed, fear, altruism, envy, pride, and shame. So first we have greed. If I make a decision now, I'm going to be greatly rewarded. Fear would be, if I don't make a decision now, I'm toast or I'm in big trouble. And I see this all the time on applications. I need something right now. Or on my social media, they'll engage, can you help me right now? And so they're in desperate need of help. And if they don't make a decision on something, we're talking about the emotional side of buying, they're going to be in trouble. Altruism would be, if I make a decision now, I'm going to help a lot of people. Envy is, if I make a decision, or if I don't make a decision now, my competition is going to beat me. Then in pride, if I make a decision now, I'm going to look really good to others. And then shame would be, if I don't make a decision now, I'm going to look really stupid. So understand, when you get somebody on the phone, it's going to depend on their situation which of these that you're going to use when it comes to closing that sale. So to connect on the emotional side, you need to find that pain point. Remember the point A to point B, and explore how you can offer a solution to it. So the need find questions are so extremely important, because you need to find the pain, dig into that pain. It's to find out what really is causing them grief, or what they're going to use. What emotional pain are they going through? So how you're going to actually connect and sell them, basically showing them that we understand the pain and you can provide a solution. Remember, when you understand the pain and you can provide or explain their pain to them, you almost don't have to give them a solution, because if you tell them what their pain is, they're going to connect with you on the emotional level. So remember that. So when using the facts, you really have to keep it simple. Stupid simple is what I always say. Simple makes things happen. Make sure it targets those pain points as well. So the emotion is going to target that pain, because the emotional part is what sells. The facts are going to target the pain too, to show you the solution, because if you don't keep it simple with logic and facts, it can be irrelevant and really stop the sale. So if you're showing facts that don't target the pain, it will become irrelevant to them and you will not have that sale. So you're giving them a load of facts and bringing them into the solution, because you don't want to just put in a bunch of fluff or filler that they don't really care about. You can get them thinking about the pain that they never even thought they had in the first place, and get them overwhelmed and confused to the point where they don't even want to buy at the end. So in order to be most successful, you must build up that trust, build up that good relationship, that transparency with the prospect as quickly as possible for you during the call, and then weave in emotion, mostly with a little bit of facts. So next up, we're going to go through the 10 beliefs of high ticket selling. So I'm going to take you through the 10 beliefs. This is really important. The beliefs are things that need to believe at the end of the call in order to get them to buy. The beliefs actually, are a little bit of facts, mostly emotion, but I'm going to take you through the 10 beliefs that they need to believe by the end of the call, and also how to do it by the end of it. They believe you, they trust you, they know you, they like you, and they literally are handing over their money, because you must be the person that has the solution to their problems and their pains. Remember the point A's to point B's. Now you understand why we were so firm on making sure you get those right. So let's take a look at the 10 beliefs of the high ticket selling, because these secrets cover a vast range of industries. And if you're able from the start of your marketing, when the prospect enters into the sales funnel, to get them to the point where you ask them for $5,000, $10,000, or even $20,000, let's just say over the phone, if the prospect believes all 10 of these things, you will make the sale. Now, ultimately, if they don't buy when you ask for their credit card, when you ask them for that sale, when you want to close, usually 9 times out of 10, they don't believe you or don't believe one of the 10 things. So let me take you through them and give you some examples in how they intertwine with the script that we talked about before. So in module 2, I'm going to take you through advanced storytelling. And storytelling is really, really important. And ultimately, how I make people believe all 10 things, and really through storytelling. That's what it's all about. It's not through telling them, It's through storytelling them. So you tell them your story, you give them a parable, you give them an example of how someone was in their exact position after doing XYZ, your solution, they got to this position. Or it took them from point A to point B, and it's going to help ultimately make them believe. That's the key here. So let's go through each one of these and explain how these work. So let's dig into number one. They need your services or they're unlikely to succeed. They need your services or they will not succeed. Ultimately, they will not succeed because they reached out to you. So now, how do you do this on the telephone? It's through the need finding those pain points. You basically show them and paint them the picture. You say, well, let's look at your goals for a minute. So when we do our survey and application, remember that in the process, in the funnel process, we ask questions. So you say your goals are $100,000 a month. That's what they want to make. You ask them how long they've been trying to get to $100,000 a month, and they might tell you 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years. And then you ask them, how do you expect to get there in the next 3 to 6 months? Or, so how are you going to do this right now? What's your plan right now? Say we do not work together. So you're asking them that and digging up and, what are you going to do? Tell me the steps that you're going to do right now. Typically, they're not going to be able to answer because they don't have a clue. That's why they're on the phone with you. So you're going to show them that they need your services to get to $100,000 a month, and they're unlikely to succeed without it. And so maybe ask them a question. Well, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this. And they might say that. Well, when did you realize you needed to do that? Because you haven't gotten there yet. So they might have an answer, but they haven't gotten there yet. So it's been 5 years and they haven't gotten there. So understand that would be kind of an objection, but you're going to overcome it right away. So you expose it. How long have you been trying to get to 100,000 with that plan? And obviously it's been a long overdue in what they're going to do. So it's going to expose the need for your services, so that one really good way is that they need you. Ultimately, the whole script, the whole marketing funnel, the whole thing should be around the need of your services and that they're unlikely to succeed without them. So if you're selling coaching, for example, you need to make them aware that they actually need a coach, that they need you. At least they need your kind of services to succeed, even if it's not yours. So if you want to do it in a way which isn't direct, you basically show them that they need a coach. And without a coach, they're not going to succeed. So that's the first point. So needing your type of services, whether you're a relationship, a life coach, whatever it is, would be a real great start, even if they're not needing you. Needing your type of services is the first thing that they need to believe, because if you're selling coaching and they don't feel that they need a coach, good luck, because coaching is an intangible product. It's an intangible service. So they need to think that they need a coach. Otherwise, they will not succeed. So number 2, your service is the best match for exactly what they want. So once they believe in number 1, that they need a coach is the need, then the need to believe that your services are the best match. How are you going to do this? Through story selling of how clients in their exact position worked with you and got to this point or got this result. Again, we'll go through this in module 2 a little bit more in depth I'm just laying the foundation for you now because we really dive into story selling in Module 2. So the 10 things that they need to believe. So you want to have 10 things pinned up on your wall, print them off, have them pinned up, because everything you do needs to weave in this belief. Everything is just a filler, and it's the emotional need. It's the emotional best match. It's always the logic. So 95% of these beliefs need to be woven into the emotional part of it, the emotional stories that you're going to give to them and get them to the state of feeling that they need this. So understand, a lot of processes, Grant Cardone teaches this process, and he actually has more than 10 steps, but we break it down into the most important 10 because it's a little bit different when you're selling a product like this. But he says if you miss any of these steps, the sale will literally be gone. You will not be able to sell them if you miss those steps. And what he does, you have to have those steps in order. So number 3, they need to think your company, your brand is the real deal. Again, how is that done? With stories, proof of success, remember your shock and awe page. And now just like, I've got more success stories than anybody else, you could say. If you do, it's a start. You say those are, say those things, state the factual things if they're true, because you don't want to state anything that's not true. But you need to weave them into the story, which, sparks that emotional part of things. Number 4 is you already helped loads of people and loads of business, just like them, already achieved results and gained success. So again, you need to weave into the stories. Oh, you remind me of so-and-so, because these are great storytelling process. Because when they can relate to somebody else, then it conveys with their story. So when they came to me, they were struggling, they were failing, they were lost, they were confused. But when they found me, we got rid of the confusion. We gave them focus. We gave them clarity. We gave them results. People just like them. So number 5, next up is that you already help people in a worse position than them achieve success and results, because they're going to relate to you on an emotional level with that. So this is where a lot of people fall down, because a lot of people are just trying to show them people just like them. But if you're clever, you will show them how you help someone in a worse position than them, because when you can show proof of them through a story with results, then it's like, well, if they helped them, they can help me. And so that person was in such a bad place and still got them results. So, and maybe it's, the financial part of it. They had a hard time connecting with paying such a large amount, but then they were thankful because they got the results. So this is something that's very important. So you show them people just like them, then you show them people worse, businesses worse, people worse, whatever industry you're in, so that the principles are the same. So we're going to go through this in Module 2 and really dive into it a little bit deeper. Number 6, next up. All the other competitors are different to you. You are clearly the best for them. So you want to convey that. So you need to show them that you are different, because here's the thing. A lot of people that you'll speak to, no matter what industry you're in, have usually been through the mill. They've been to a lot of different, lots of different companies, lots of different solutions, and still haven't got any results. So whether the coaches, whether it be coaches, consultants, businesses done for you, or at least that even though it's not directly the same as what you're offering, it's something that they've tried to get them from A to B, but no results. So it's very important that you show that you are different. A great way is through storytelling. Tell them how a client of yours actually tried other solutions and failed until they found you. Tell them the story. The client came to me, they tried XYZ, couldn't get to work, failed, and then finally they found my system, my method, and it worked for them, and they got instant results. So it couldn't be any better than they thought. So number 7, the reason that they haven't got results that they wanted before, or the reason they were stuck, is not their fault. A lot of people carry this burden on their shoulders, and they think that it's actually their fault, and ultimately it cannot be fixed. So they think that there's no solution for it. So if they think it's their fault, or they were born like this, or they were born stupid, or feel like it can't be fixed, it's so important for you to make them understand that it's not their fault. It's the product of their surroundings, that the product, the service, whatever is going to fix that. So it's very important to let them know that it's not their fault, even to the point of saying, hey, look, it's not your fault. I had a client that was in the same position as you, in the same way, and it worked with them, and it worked with my company. Things changed dramatically, instantly, quickly, and then they got results. So next up is number 8, exclusivity. This is exclusive. This is so exclusive. They need to believe that this is an exclusive offer, that the space is limited, that they're lucky to even be on the call because there's tons of people wanting your stuff, and that you can help them. Just by having a call with you, they're lucky. So make it exclusive, that getting accepted to become a client should be a cause for celebration. So obviously you need to cover, this needs to be covered in week 2 in the intro to give them that exclusivity. And then next is the number 9 is the real urgency. So if they don't take action today, sign up today, the opportunities are likely to be lost forever. So they will miss that one chance to get that big win that they really need. Remember the need in number 1? Now here's the thing. You don't want to be weaving the urgency into the end of the call as a way to close them. You just need to say, oh, I need to think about it. Somebody might say they need to think about it. You don't want to be scrambling and being like, having them say whatever they want to try to get out of it, and then you lose the opportunity forever. You're going to lose them there or then. So you're going to lose them because the urgency needs to be woven in from the beginning. When you take control of the call, like we said in the script, you need to have limited spots. You need to let them know that if they don't make a decision right away, right now on this call, we don't hang around. The reward, the action takers, it'll be gone. So our best clients are fast thinkers, action takers is what we would say. Don't dilly-dally around. Don't act like people who think and overthink, because we don't like that. People who miss this great opportunity. So you need to be weaving this into the language, into the story, so that all the way through the marketing piece, they're taking fast action and get those fast results. So slow actions get slow results. You could even use that, that they need to take action quickly. Last but not least is number 10, which is the investment. In order for them to, the best long-term results, the success solutions, you have to have invest real money. So they aren't going to achieve what they want with cheaper alternatives. Tell them through the stories, make a joke that one of my clients was trying to be a cheapskate, investing in all these books, manuals, whatever, and trying to get fast results, reading 300-page book, expecting to get the results, and got a mentor looking over his shoulder. the results are going to be different. You can't be a cheapskate. Can't even say the word. But if you want a cheaper alternative, go and get a cheaper alternative and get cheap results. So if you want the best, you're going to invest in the best right now. So those are the 10 things that they must believe to get that sale. If they don't believe all 10 things, by the way, if they come onto the call and they already believe 4 out of 10 of them or 8 out of 10 of them, you need to do the need find questions because which ones they don't believe in. But also, I like to actually do, make sure that I cover all bases. So I tell a story which covers all 10 beliefs. So the best stories, which we'll go through in Module 2, will cover the 10 beliefs. So then you literally can't lose if you go through and do that through the process or through the script. So there will be no objectives. They'll believe in all 10 and by the end of the call. And the objectives, they can't afford not to do this program. So these are the ways to really overcome and make that. So for coaches and consultants, there's 2 more beliefs that I've discovered over the years that I feel that's very important that I need to go over. So they need to believe that a community or mastermind group, so if you're doing a mastermind group as a part of your coaching or whatever, that they need to know that it's essential to succeed or it's essential for success. So if I'm selling coaching or consulting, I tell them that it's essential for success because I'm going to offer this at the end of the call. So if I'm selling coaching, I'll put this mastermind community support right at the end of the calls. So I want them to believe that it's so essential to succeed. Another thing is all about coaching or consulting or anything whereby they need to do the work and it's not a done for you type of deal. So they physically have to do the work because we do offer done for you services, but not in this particular program. And they need, we put them onto the right track and put them with developers, but they need to know that it's not a done for you. So they must believe in themselves that they can be successful in with the right help, that you're going to take them through step by step, which we do in this program. So to make sure that they believe in themselves by the end of the call. So you need to empower them by the end of the call, because if you don't empower them, your program can be incredible, but if they feel that they're going to get in the way and that they're not really going to invest because they're like, well, this guy's amazing, this person's amazing, or this lady's amazing, but it doesn't matter how good they are. So if they don't believe in themselves and you don't empower them, then they're not going to buy. So, which is why I like these sales calls, to leave people feeling good at the end of the call. Even if they don't invest, they go away from the call feeling amazing, because they may come back, but they walk away believing in themselves and at the end of the call. So although they need to believe in themselves, you still need to show them the disconnect of having your solution is going to mean failure, that if they don't have it. So you need to show them that they're capable, but the solution needs to be basically tied in all together, and bring everything together. Bring them the success, or bring the fast success. You need to show them that without your solution, it's going to be a long, long road that they're going to go through, being stuck, being miserable. So there you have it. These are the 10 beliefs of, the secret of being able to convert a high converting result. So the next thing we're going to talk about is kind of a hot tips, or what we call a hook card or flashcard, or whatever you want to call it. And it's something that we started doing quite a few years ago to help us when we were making a call. And whatever you want to call them. You can call them flashcards like we had when we were kids. They're essentially index cards which have sales hooks written on them to remind you of certain things at the right time. You've got a script, but you want to essentially have these printed on the wall and have certain things to drop these reminders in. So maybe it's that you have a ton of success stories, or you helped hundreds of people in the relationship or something like that, or you've helped 500 plumbers worldwide grow their business. So it's something that won't be, scripted, but it just helps remind you of certain things at certain times, and so you can add those into the conversation. So, always be selling, and I always come up with certain things at certain times, and this was one of those things. And one good thing about these hook cards, it reminds yourself to handle certain objections. And, when you get those difficult questions, instead of, flipping through a bunch of papers, you have the responses to all the objections and questions. So you can literally flip to that card and really have that answer right away. Or if you build a phone team or whatever, these are perfect for a phone team to handle those objections. So you can say, that's a really interesting question, and I actually get a lot of this. So while you're flipping through the card, you can find it, and then boom, you hammer out that objection and really go through it. So next up, we're going to go through power listening. And this is really, really important to understand, because listening is probably the most powerful and persuasive sales technique that you can use. And it sounds crazy, but actually not talking can be more powerful than talking, because I've heard so many people talk themselves out of a sale. So a sales call should actually look like this. So the first half of the call, you're speaking 10% of the time, the prospect is speaking 90% of the time. So you're fact finding, and you'll just listen, gather the information, grab the pain points, and understand you're going to experience this. And you write these things down, write down these pain points that they're saying, because they're so important for the next call and the next call and the next call. Because they're going through the struggles, they're going through the pains, what they've been through. And then in the second half of the call, you're going to speak more. You're going to quickly and easily close them. Like I said, the second half of the call should be you speaking 90% of the time and them speaking 10% of the time, because you've already gathered the information. Remember, you need to take control of the call. So you answered all the questions, you got the full picture where they're at. Now it's time for you to close, give them all the information that they need, and tip them over to make that close, make that sale, make them pay you a lot of money, the high ticket for the solution. Because at the end of the day, remember, you're only going to be offering people your solution, the people you can genuinely help. We literally don't take everybody, because we want people to succeed. So if you can't help them, you don't have offer a solution, which is why you started the call, you need to shut up and listen to see if you can actually help them, rather than ram it down their throat and get people on board and really can't help them. Because if you can't help them, you're going to be very miserable. You're going to come out in a real tough time, in your business. You don't want a bunch of people that you cannot help. So you actually show them an example of how you use their pain points to construct a solution, and that it would be hard for them to turn this down. So affirmative feedback is so important. So just don't be silent during that, 90% when they're talking in that first half. say things like, interesting, wow, really? That's incredible. Tell me more. So you're power listening, you're driving the conversation to open up and get them to tell you more. And so it's, you'll say, oh, really? Or wow. And so take them through, encourage them to open up. And because you're letting them open up to you, because, it's all about creating that genuine kind of a friendship. You want to impact them, whether you get the sale or not at the end of the call. Be genuine with it. I love my clients. I love my prospects. I love people. That's why I do what I do. So it makes it a lot better for me. But now, one thing to be aware of is a lot of people have a lot of slack and they can go off on a tangent. And so if people go on a tangent about something that's irrelevant to close the deal and start talking about family and friends and their kids and all that kind of stuff, remember, they're opening up. So they're looking at you as a friend. They're trusting in you. So that's a good thing. But you don't want to bring them back. You don't want to have a 3-hour conversation about their family. You need to pull them back and bring them back into the reason for the call. So acknowledge them, but bring them back into why we're doing this strategy call and why it's so important and that your time is valuable. So last thing is objection handling strategies. Every type of business will have different objectives. So here's the thing. Most objections, I can't even say the word right now, are just an excuse to not invest in you because they you didn't show them enough value. They didn't believe in your product. You didn't have enough belief, or you didn't show them proof, or it didn't emotionally connect with them. So it's really, it just really depends on the product. If your product's intangible or like coaching and consulting, if it's done for you, it's a little bit different. Now, you will only know the true objections by getting on the phone, speaking to a dozen people, if not hundreds of people, and getting true objections. And by asking the right questions, you will find true objections for your market, for this specific person or individual. So different types of people have different objections. So when you get these objections, make sure you write them down. So one thing that we say is the best strategy for handling objections is knock them down right away. Make them a non-issue before it even comes up. Knock down those objections beforehand, because you can handle them before they come up in your marketing. So I've done a great job when at the end of the call, there's 0 objections, 0 questions. So we've already knocked them out by, the stories, by past clients, by personal stories, finding the solution, by having a system that overcomes their objections, so essentially it's giving them an example somehow that they felt the same way and that you knocked it down either way. So you're knocking down those objections. So remember the point A to point B, the solution that you got them from A to B, you knock down the objections, like I said, and we'll dig into this more in module 2 and show you some examples of that. So some of the things that we do during objection handling is to eradicate them with questions. So some of the common objections that we do is, I don't have the time right now. I'm not ready right now. If that's a common objection that you're facing, then you eradicate the issue in the close by asking them a question. Can you dedicate 7 hours a week at this? If they say yes, well, are you ready to start right now? Are you ready to change your life? So you're asking them those questions And they're typically answering yes. So this seems like a big problem. So you're ready to handle this right now. And something, or is it something that you want to do in the future? No. I want to sort it out right now. So you're hammering out. So don't ask the question when you told them that it's $10,000, because it's not going to work that way. So you want to eradicate those objections before, in the marketing, in the script. So every single objection, ask questions, telling stories, making objections a non-issue, because when you know the marketplace and you know every single possible objection in the marketplace they can give you, you are powerful because you can knock them down. So that's module 1. That's making them believe. Study this. There's a lot of information that I just told you. Study it real thoroughly. This is very, very important. This is the secret to high ticket sales and closing 80 to 90%. So I appreciate you. Thanks. We'll see you on the next module. Hey, it's Jim Parr here. We're back, and it's week 4, module 2, which is advanced storytelling. I'm really excited to teach this stuff because this stuff is really the secret behind being able to really close on a high percentage, and really teaching my team and teaching other people at how to close at seriously high percentages. So selling with stories, quite simply, is my number 1 secret to closing. It is the 90% level on the phone. So when you're closing 9 out of 10 people, something special is going on consistently. Stories are the secret because stories are powerful. If you go to any event and listen to a story, that's what touches you. So there's tons of scientific research on the subject as to why, and we really intimately are brought up by love stories, because before TV, before internet, the only entertainment was, sitting around a campfire telling stories. Or we've all done that even now, so people love them. And if you think about it, as a kid, children love to be told stories by their parents. So it's like, read me a book, it's book time. It's time to go to bed. I get to hear a book. You pick out a book. So it's something that if you were brought up in a decent family, you should have experienced that kind of stuff. And usually, it was a great story. It was a story that touched you. So people's friends tell stories. When you hang out with each other, people are obsessed with storylines in general. TV, film, books, etc. So people love storylines. They're addicted to them. And an example of a powerful story can be the Bible teaches through telling parables and through telling stories. So you think how powerful that is. Quite simply, you use stories to overcome all objections before the prospect has even had a chance to even think about them. So if you want to motivate, persuade, and remember, a story with a human struggle is eventually, an eventual triumph will capture people's hearts. It will get them thinking. It will connect with their mind. So let's get into the different types of stories that we want to be weaving in your sales pitch as you're trying to close. So we're talking about personal stories and how important it is, especially in the coaching and consulting space, because if you are the coach, and it's imperative that you have a story, a personal story, because people connect with you on a human basis and they need to understand where you came from. So the best type of story is a struggle to triumph, because those are personal stories that people connect with, and they will really get into understanding where you're coming from. So, you need to have an origin of where the story came from, and be able to connect with them on exactly what the solution, because they're looking at you and how did this guy get qualified to tell them the solution, which is your program. Because there's a lot of life coaches out there that shouldn't be life coaches because they've never been through what they've been through. So understand, what makes you so special. What's your reason why you do this? Are you passionate about helping people, or you just want to put some money in your wallet? What's the reason why you do what you do? What motivates you? These are things that a prospect needs to understand to buy in. Otherwise, and they need to be able to believe in what you have. Very influential to a group of people especially. So that is when not only do you make the sale, but you get a lifetime customer because people fully understand what you went through, your origin, your reason why, and really to buy into what you actually have. So here's a little assignment for you. What I'm going to have you do is actually write down a list of all the characteristics that you want to be known for. So things like being humble, knowledgeable, patient, intelligent, caring, giving, charitable. Write down all of those things that you want to be known for, because these are the things that you need to weave into your personal story. And you can do this as a business too. So what's the business? What's the business's personal story? Who is the founder of the business? It's like Virgin as a brand. The brand is powerful because of Richard Branson's personal story. So it's, his origin, his rags to riches tales, which is the story of how he came up. He look at, he writes books. Gary Vaynerchuk, Gary's personal story is driving that brand. So he's got an origin and a reason why the whole thing comes alive, Basically is what you want to have is kind of that superhero positioning that is very, very powerful, because comic book heroes are loved. They all have their stories and reason why in the story, what they do, how they got to where they are. So everyone, Superman, Spider-Man, like Peter Parker, like Spider-Man, he got the powers. Where he got the powers from was his uncle, was killed, and he ignored that person. So he could have stopped the killing of his uncle if he had him before that. But his uncle died that gave him the reason why. So you can see the fire in his belly. His uncle died. He became that superhero to fight that crime. So why is he getting up every morning? Why does he care? That gives you the connection, even with the superhero like Spider-Man. So, but then another important thing is to say, that all superheroes have flaws too. They have human characteristics. So although I'm saying you position yourself like a superhero, if you are the guru coach in a coaching business, a consulting business, you want to have a superhero positioning. But at the same time, you want to show some flaws too, that you did have some struggles. So you want to have those human characteristics. People will then be able to connect with you because you're, what they always say, you're only human. So there are some people who don't show those human characteristics, and if you think about it, nobody can relate to them. So there are some people who don't show any characteristics, and position themselves as the ultimate guru. Or you look at, Jesus did not have any flaws or anything, but although even in the Bible's tale, if you look back at it, he was human. He did have characteristics. So people can connect with you. They connected with him But if you have have a story, the reason why you have the story, that superhero positioning, they're going to be able to relate to you on a personal level. When you study some of the great experts like, Dan Kennedy, Jim Rohn, Tony Robbins, look at those people, study them, look at their story, listen to the reason why. You will see then that, everything they produce is solid because they always are weaving into things, their struggle, their triumph, the reason why. And those are the things that they will weave in, and that's showing, they're so influential. They're leaders. They are people. There's people, thousands of people following them, but they weave in their struggles and triumphs that they went through. So if you look at all these people who are the biggest influencers in the world, they have a personal story. So something that they've weaved into their marketing plan and to do sales calls, because if you listen to their sales calls, they'll weave that in, even in their seminars. So you always want to be telling a story, always intertwining it. It's very, very important for your positioning. So make sure that you intertwine that story into your close, into your marketing piece. So success stories, testimonials. In any type of business, you want client success stories. That's the sweet spot. And it's when you have a client success story that they overcame an objection. And by the way, one client, success story can overcome every objection that they might have on the phone. So you can weave all these objections into one story. And for example, we teach coaches, consultants, providers how to improve their business. So where we can be very powerful is to have a story for personal trainers, for business coaches, life coaches, relationship coaches, done for you service providers. So if you have a client story, for each of these types, you can bring it into the sales call and match them up. And so you can say, well, we helped someone just like you with the exact same business overcome every objection and get these XYZ results. So even better is that they're the same age, same situation, in a worse circumstance, and that you're able to connect with them. So if you tell the story on how you help someone in a worse off position, you're going to, and got them results, it's a no-brainer. So understand that you only need one strong story to start with, because I know where you're all starting. So understand we've got a story. Like we'll use this story quite often. We use it in our marketing with Nicole. She was a single mom, making $1,800 a month. And then she went from quitting her job, jumping into this program, and making more than $1,800 a day at times. So in fact, her first month, I believe she did $15,000. So we're able to use that as kind of a power piece and really intertwine it into the sales process to help close those deals. So before you put your story together and start intertwining it into your marketing stuff, you need to know these potential pain lists. So it's basically a list of pains that the person you're speaking to potentially has. So you know your prospects really well. The more you will understand their pain points if you know what they're going through. So that is why, at some point it's extremely valuable that you're in these conversations, you're on these strategy calls, because the more you become familiar with their pains, the better you are going to be to crafting your story. So maybe a personal pain, or you're not really there to solve their personal pain, but if you're selling business coaching and consulting, for me, it's if you're a relationship coach, a life coach, you will need to know their personal pains. their business pains and all that kind of stuff. So at some point, you will literally know every pain point that could possibly be there and have an objection to overcome those and get that close. So this is how you build your potential prospect pain list. The pain is where they are right now and why they really need your help. Remember, in number one, the need, the 10 steps to close the deal. Number one is need. They need your help or they want your help. So not even tell you what their pains are without asking a load of questions. It's so important to know that need finds. So through your survey, you're already knowing, remember, you listen 90% in the beginning. You talk 10% of the time because you're doing that need find situation. That's why, you go from point A to point A, the pain, the point B to the win, so that you want to demonstrate how you've removed that same pain from someone else before through a story. And that's why it's important to understand the potential pain list, to weave it into your story, the client's success stories. But you need to do that. So you want to have a potential pain list of your clients. Every single pain that you've heard, write those down. Remember, I say write those down when you're on that strategy call. Make sure that sometimes you won't even tell, they won't even tell you that what their pain is, but you know exactly what it is and you are able to tell it to them. So maybe they have a fear of failure. When you're able to say that, then it's a magical thing. And when you tell it in a story about how you had a fear of failure in one of your clients and they overcame that fear of failure, you're not going to realize what happens, because all of a sudden they're going to be like, oh, wow, okay. And they connect with you on that personal level. So they won't even tell you that they have a fear of failure. But if you know those pain points and that they potentially have them and describe that in the story, then you're going to be able to close them. They're going to think that you're some mind reader or whatever. But understand, if you're in that same niche, everybody has similar pain points. Whether you're a contractor, whether you're a relationship coach, a business coach, they have similar pain points. So what we're going to dive into is the potential objection list. An objection is an excuse for why you can't cure their pain. So it's a barrier that gets in the way. And remember, in the story, the objection can sometimes be a pain that they feel and maybe not able to overcome very easily. So you need to show them that it can be, that there's a solution for it. So you need to make an objection list, just like a pain list, and all the objections that they could potentially have. So maybe it's not enough money. Maybe it's they're too old. Maybe they feel that they're too far gone, or that they can't be helped, or they're not smart enough. They're beginners. All the objections of why they can't be helped. So you need to have an objection list. So write that down. This is an assignment. And then craft these into the perfect story, because crafting the perfect story is what you really want to do. It's so important to have these pains and objections into the story so that they overcome. So the story itself, it's really simple. It's a simple formula. All you have to do is demonstrate how you took somebody from point A to point B and how they went from point A to point B yourself. Once they understand that, you tell them, you remind me of XYZ client. I do that quite a bit, and that will overcome a lot of the objections that they actually have. So the other thing is, you want to not only have a potential objection list, you also want to have a want list too. So build a want list. what what do they want? They want certainty. They want some sort of guarantees in some sort of way. They want results or fast results, clarity, focus, direction. If you're selling coaching, these are the things that they want. Obviously, if you're in a different industry like relationships, they want a happy marriage. They want the kids to be happy. They want the wife to be happy. They want the husband to be happy. So these are things that they want. You need to understand the want list, because although you're focused on the pain right now, the want and the end result goal is so important, because when you're pitching and closing, we'll do it in the next module. You want to make sure that whatever you're providing definitely matches up to what you're providing. So you need to write these down to be able to identify with those people. So going back to the pain stuff, what you want to do is match the pain on the call with the story. So it's very simple. Once you have a potential pain and objection list, you can create your story, So when you really nail it down, tell the story, you actually want to identify the pain of the client on the actual phone, because the client is going to tell you mostly what their main pains are. They'll spill it out to you. So although you have a potential list of what you could potentially have, or what you would tell them their pain is, make sure you zone in on it too. So a lot of people don't do this. The whole point of the need find is to listen to the client and connect with the client of what they're telling you, and the potential prospect is telling you, and then telling what they're telling you on the phone. A lot of people miss that. So, they're reading a script and they don't even care about what the client wants or needs or what their pain is. So if there's a pain that they can't grow their company, and right now, in fact, they're overworked, don't skim over that. Don't miss that point. If they're overworked, then make sure that you zone in on that pain, and because you need to dial in for a solution of what they're going through and why they're being overworked. So you need to tell a story about someone that was overworked, now works less and makes more. So it's so important to listen in. So if you don't say that, you miss the point. So you can go off the script. You better make sure that you have another script to overcome that pain. So understand, you can be the best closer, A versus B, and handle the objection handling. But if you don't focus in on the pain that they're going through, and have the real cause of their pain, and have a solution for that, you're probably not going to be having that client. So make sure that you tell a story of success of your clients, that that were able to go from A to B, and weaving in all the pain points. Pick parts of the story, hit those pains, and make sure that you hit on every one of them. And even if they don't tell you their pain, but you can feel it, make sure that you speak of that pain or bring in a story, because they may have that pain, but they're just not telling it to you. So that's the secret to really advanced storytelling.